Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome along to the National Hockey Centre here in Glasgow for Day 3 then of the EuroHockey Championship 2, and two more games focusing on the other pool. We've seen quite a bit of good action over the first day and yesterday as well, but focus here on these four sides. Scotland against Portugal is the later game at 6:30, but the first game up is Ukraine taking on France. And France needing to bounce back, particularly after the defeat to Scotland on the opening day. Ukraine put plenty of goals by Portugal, 7 goals. In fact, in an entertaining game, both sides tried to play open, but Ukraine very much on top. So 3 points apiece for this, so could make or break a competition for one or certainly the other of the sides. It has been a good start to the competition. Looking forward to this one. So sides getting ready to come on to the field. We'll look at the sides, and for Ukraine, well, plenty of goal scorers in that game against Portugal. A couple for Kovalenko was lively. Lupa is someone to watch out for. Dimitri Lupa from penalty corners, he scored the opener the other day, and Pavel Mazur is the head coach for this Ukrainian side, who did have that good start. For the French lane, looking to bounce back. One or two of their big performers didn't really turn up, but Hugo instead does have the captain's armband. Victor Charlie is a bit of a doubt. He is on the sidelines. We may see him, but likelihood we might not. Nicolas Dumont is one of those that's been lively during the World League, particularly towards the semi-final stage, as was Peter van Straten, but he was one of those that wasn't quite up to his usual best in the first game. Gail Foulard has seen a lot of this side come through from the Junior World Cup 4 years ago, and now they're on this stage trying to get back into the top tier of the EuroHockey Championship. Now it's going to be a bit of a pause in just a moment for the national anthems. It's a glorious day. It is short sleeve weather, which has been a bit of a culture shock after the first couple of days, which has been predominantly full of rain. Coach, someone that's been a part of the Commonwealth Games in terms of the board, Neil Stark is alongside myself, Cal Patterson, for this first game. I'm sure we'll talk more after the anthems, but a quick thought on this first one, Neil.
I think it's going to be really interesting, Cam. They met in the Hockey League Ireland, and the French came out subsequent winners by about 11-2, and they were 7-0 up at half time, all field goals. But that'll make the Ukrainians very strong to come out and make sure they don't lose goals early.
Here's the anthems. So anthems well sung, as ever the French with their full-on passion, and we're just a couple of minutes away. So just briefly, we were talking before the anthem about how this might shape up today, and mentioned about the World League meeting, and France were very much dominant in that game at half-time and at full-time. 11 goals put past Ukraine in that World League 2, plenty of different goal scorers as well. So at times we've done a little bit, but France have got this extra pressure this afternoon because they know they need to get a win here after what happened the other day.
No, absolutely. Interestingly, when they were in Johannesburg at the Hockey World League semi-finals, they scored 14 goals, and they were playing against good sides like Australia and New Zealand, so they've shown a capability of scoring, and I think everybody would be in agreement that Tommy Alexander, the Scotland goalkeeper, was just outstanding on Sunday. His penalty stroke save and penalty corners. And although the French have lost their main penalty corner striker Charlie, when they were in South Africa, they did have 3 different people scoring penalty corners. So they do have other options. It'll be interesting to see how they get on. Ukraine coming very strongly after obviously a good performance against Portugal, where they played with good discipline. They kept the ball, and they didn't start very well. You and Alan commented on it, that they didn't start the first 2 or 3 quarters with any great intensity. I think the concern for me will be the French have come from playing the top sides in the world, so they should be playing at a higher intensity. Same as Scotland coming from London, they should be playing at a higher intensity, and if they do get a good start, then Ukraine could find themselves chasing the game if they lose a couple of goals early on.
Yeah, it was a point when, as you mentioned, we said the other day on Sunday, the game against Portugal, it was just a case of they seemed to out-fitness the Portuguese towards the end of pretty much every quarter, and 1 or 2 missed chances the other way. It could have been a slightly closer game, but Ukraine just kind of overran the Portuguese in the end, who are the lowest ranked sides here. Ukraine 25th, just dropping 1 place earlier than where they were in the year, but France the top seeds here, so very much looking to try and bounce back as Ukraine get a score in the yellow and looking to try and make a better start, as didn't seem to do in the game against Portugal. Trying to rush one in, scored a couple against the Portuguese. Stolen back well by Hugo Vincent, who is a key player. So he's got that armband because Victor Charlie picking up an injury, which is a blow. Forgery switched it across. Peters Dutz heading it forward. Martin Bresak had that lively game the other day as well in the game with Scotland. 18 tiny events, just a little slip, which gives the possession back to Ukraine. Nice run from Bohdan Kovalenko. Plenty of time. Cleared away by the French. Costumel winning that one back. Peter Van Straten, nice space for Martin Bresak. Getting the time, just trying to bruise his way through the middle.
Man wide right for them to open up. Good start. Both teams looking to make opportunities going forward.
Peters Dutz forward again for Simon Martin Bresak, back in steady play here from the French. Instead, flicking it back wide, here he is once more, just playmaking all the passes, good possession here over the last minute or so, twisting the turn from Dumont. fed it in. Van Straten trying to get a strike away.
Good patience by the French, building the ball up, going into the pivot position, coming back out and creating that ball in the inside channel.
Fed it in. Van Straten.
Keenan's Dukes. He's still very young, 21, but amassed a heck of a load of caps for the French. Plays for Racing.
French player rather upset there with the umpire, suggesting that he was stick obstructing and shielding the ball from the Ukrainian tackle.
Kovalenko trying to keep it in his path. Good strength to try and outmuscle some space. Closing up very quickly as Step was back. And the French have it back. Very open start. Victor Lockwood assessing who's around him. Tried to spot the space and find Deron, but Kelly Kalinchuk was there. Now Sevchuk. Kalinchuk was trying to find some support. Space, good back by Martin Bresak. Into the D it goes and fired away and wide. But a good burst of pace and good movement.
Space, good back. Lovely 1-2. Bresak. Into the D it goes and fired away and wide.
With ferocious effort.
Nice 1-2 to create that in the inside right channel, and then drive into the circle with a tomahawk shot to the back post. French are so mobile in midfield that the Ukrainians are finding it hard to just pick everybody up, and their marking is sometimes getting lost.
They have just gifted that one back. It's had to be kicked away. Bordiev rescues and across for Guez and Victor Lockwood. Space spotted once more. Elliot Curty with it. Curty, good control, just not quite keeping it in. One of the clutch of 18-year-olds, three of them that were involved here last year in Glasgow at the Under-18 EuroHockey Championship. France sealed promotion to the top tier of that competition, so these three young lads in there, Elliot Curty, Maury Belanger, Etienne Taineves, the three that have made up the step up into this competition with the senior side and have been big parts in the World League as well.
Ukraine is not managing to find their short passing pattern that they used against Portugal. The French are blocking that out, and they're now having to force long balls, and then they're having to do a lot of work defensively to pick up the mobility of the French midfielders.
Lupa trying to get out of danger, but instead only gave it to Curty. Victor Lockwood. And that will dribble away by the baseline.
In Ukraine there was only one forward in the French half, trying to get an aerial ball to him, but he really didn't have any options once he got it. If he had managed to pick it up, French have really got most of the control at the moment. You can see Ukraine, they've got one forward, number 13, Onrif, who's chasing almost the back three or four of the French team.
Back it went to Goye, who picked out the space. Can they control it on the edge of the circle? Martin Bresak is lively around there again, but Ukraine have managed to pick it back through Daichuk, but not for long. Every time Ukraine seem to get the ball back, they can't keep hold of it. Who's had caps for Belgium, but allegiances changed. Across it went from Curty, and once again just the steady.
A lot of space
passing.
now down the left hand side.
Belgium trying to go for something a bit different. Glasgow is not going to take that, a bit too much meat on it. Skipped through Kovalenko, tried to keep it in his grasp, but a teammate ahead picked it up on the Farouk and drills it just by the goal, but a little bit of space opened up, but not the end product for Ukraine. A rare chance forward.
They only really created that because 2 or 3 people missed the ball as it bounced through in the middle of the park. He'll be disappointed. He was going to the correct post, make the keeper bring the ball back into play when he saves it, but not really on target.
Great angle from behind the goal.
Great work by the French number 9 there. Spotted that the Ukrainians had a little bit of an overlap. Going down the left hand side, and he worked across rather than doing his normal role of actually stopping them, bringing the ball back. Worked across to cut the midfield player out. Good game sense.
Lupa trying to get it forward for Ukraine. Ball shoot back it goes, and back to Alexander, or officially Pazik rather. There's some space open up here for Sergei Dachuk, trying to out-muscle Baumgarten. Scramble continues in the corner, Serchuk with support. Dribbles away. Across and Paziukin again.
Almost a similar start to the last game with Ukraine against Portugal. The first 10 minutes, mainly France, and now Ukraine are starting to get a little bit of possession in dangerous areas.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing in my head there. Great minds think alike. It's similar sort of pattern. Good spot to try and fire something in. Danchenko couldn't keep it alive.
First 10 minutes you had France at times with 10 players, outfield players in the Ukrainian half. Now you've got all 10 Ukrainian players in the French half.
Forward for Curty, good link up here, Belgium, and further support down that side. Van Straten trying to make a run into the D. Belgium continued out of room.
Unfortunately, his first touch didn't allow him to give the pass down the line that he was looking for, forced him into a dribble, and I don't think he was really sure what he was trying to get from that.
Turn away and maybe a chance here. Out wide is Kovalenko trying to skiff it by Peters Juice. Shevchuk tried to help on its way and just ushered out by the French.
It was good play by the Ukrainians. They built it up down the left hand side. I'm surprised that France weren't able to step in front and intercept it, because they forced the Ukrainians to go down there. You would have thought that the defenders were aware of what was required from them.
Durant could run this for Dumont. Skips by, slip in there, and Dumont just taking He's left the ball. It was a good initial run. Almost took advantage of the Ukrainian slip of Vitaly Shevchuk. Couple minutes left in this first quarter.
Another break down the left-hand side. Ukrainians do that quite nicely. They build up that left-hand side. The French are actually giving them it just now. They're forcing them to go down there, but they're still getting some reasonable success in coming into the midfield and then heading along to the wide forward.
And it went from Peters Jutes, picked out a lovely pass, and the French have worked into a good space. Back it comes to Goye. It was an excellent tackle, an excellent interception from Vitaly Shevchuk. Shevchuk gets it back. Holding Kovalenko. Down this channel again. They come. Goye struggling to try and win the ball back. They do recover the French.
Great challenge by the French defence, not diving into the tackle, making the guy run and waiting their opportunity to get the tackle with the flat stick. Last minute, some good hockey.
Bellinger down that right channel once more. That pass, is it going to break up here? It could have almost broken up through. Martin Bresak couldn't quite get a stick onto it, and instead. Peter Jutes in to the here it goes. Tynevez trying to twist away. That comes to the end, that move.
Yeah, French player penalised because by using his 3D skills he brought the ball up in a dangerous area and in a dangerous way. But the French have been good up to the circle line. I think the coach will be a bit disappointed that they haven't taken advantage of that.
So the end of the first quarter then, it's been pretty end to end. French had the better start of this first quarter. Ukrainians built their way into it, similar to the game a couple of days ago against Portugal, but no goals as yet in this first period. So time for the players to get drinking. It's a warm day here, about 20 degrees here in Glasgow, which is nice, and some of the LA fans in for both sides. Some of them neutrals. Portugal I've seen were around earlier in the stands getting ready. Of course, playing later on against Scotland. That's the game at 6:30. Here's some of the best of the action from the first quarter. Not too many chances, but one or two moments. The French getting off to the front foot early on.
Yeah, if you look at that, the Ukrainian keeper doesn't stay still, and if the French can actually get shots in the corner, he's quite small. He tends to go backwards when he makes a save, as we found a couple of times against Portugal. So they can take advantage of that, but they need to get it on target. French keeper looked as though he had that covered if it was going in the far post. The French have had about 8 what we call circle penetrations, so they're managing to build the ball up, they're managing to get into the danger area, but they have one shot that went past the post. The keeper has had to play the ball out of the danger area. It wasn't really a shot, but if I was the French coach, I'd be really disappointed that they haven't managed to get any penalty corners. They haven't really had quality shots, and that part of that's down to a very strong Ukrainian defence as well. The Ukrainians have had a couple of chances in the circle latterly, last 4 or 5 minutes of the half. Again, if I was their coach, I'd be slightly disappointed at the way they started. They could have been a goal or two down by the lack of intensity. And their poor marking of the French midfield. Very mobile midfield and forward line from the French. They're moving about a lot and asking questions of the Ukrainian midfield.
It's underway then for the second quarter, and 0-0 it is. Thanks for joining our live coverage on the Scottish hockey platforms, YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're watching our coverage. And it is another cracking day of hockey with a great start to the competition, and talked about especially yesterday, the second game in the group stage is probably the most important, as it can make or break the competition. The Frenchmen really need to get a win on the board after defeat Ukraine. Got their 3 points. If they can take something from this, they'll be delighted. Back here with the French and Baumgarten. It's slid in and he has to come out there, Jorge.
Again, if you look at that replay and look at where the Ukrainian goalkeeper was when he made that save, actually falling back onto his bottom, which means that he's unlikely to be able to make any second save if the shot comes back in again. Most goalkeeper coaches will be wanting him to stay up in their weight going forward.
Players are going to point for the penalty corner, bounce up off an arm.
First penalty corner.
Here's another look at that in the
you see the goalkeeper falling back. So he kicks away, but because he kicks his weights backward, he ends up falling on his back, not really there to make a second save if there is one. Okay, so the French have to have a different setup now. They've got double castle as they had yesterday, or on Sunday rather.
Peters Dukes is around. What's his option? It's going to be Peters Dukes with this. Now you get a second try, and it's going to slide in. And well, you just talked about the keeping there, Neil. Bodies all over the floor. French, it seemed a bit easy that.
Yeah, it's good tomahawk. It comes out. The Ukrainians have changed their defence, come with a 3-1. First runner gets out, comes across the tomahawk. Goalkeeper's feet are apart, and he doesn't manage to get them close for the tomahawk shot. Post player tries his best to stop it going in.
Yeah, a bit lucky. Dyachenko on the line.
It's hard. The goalkeeper made the decision to go forward, to go for the ball. Unfortunately, we would normally be looking for one of our players to get out there quickly. As soon as the goalkeeper goes out, it's normally easier to create a scoring opportunity.
Ukrainian side trying to bounce back here. Shevchuk running out the road. Well,
yeah, it's important in hockey, and same in football. The most important 5 minutes are first 5 and last 5 of a quarter, and 5 minutes within a goal being scored. So often see teams that go one up and they concede an equaliser very, very quickly. The French have to make sure they don't do that. Also, the Ukrainians have to make sure that they don't concede a second one, because that just makes their job an awful lot more difficult.
French trying to get a second quickly. Curti, it's played in, it's going to slide wide though. Keeper running just to make sure it was going by. Yaroslav Hordy, the Ukrainian keeper. It's his 87th cap, the 33-year-old. Here it comes to Lockwood, who plays his club hockey in Belgium.
It's a good steal.
Got in a bit of trouble. Lockwood will try and help that despite the attention of Ali Shevchuk.
Just watch the work being done by the Ukrainian number 13 with the headband. He works very hard going across as the high forward, trying to keep the French centre back and sweeper from finding easy passes.
Falls through nicely here for Timon Martin Bresak, support back in Baumgarten. Good run in this, and again it's saved through the melee of bodies, and on the floor is the French player, but the Ukrainian side counter-attacking through, and Shevchuk and the run forward, saved from Onifaruk, one of the youngsters on the Ukrainian side, one of the potential star players, but smothered away.
good example in that situation there, Callum, of why coaches ask their players to shoot across the goalkeeper.
Wonderful stealing that one back, but we'll stay with the Ukrainian side. A couple of loose moments from the French defence. Looks like a card here.
Yeah, Olnichuk shot it across the goalkeeper, so the goalkeeper's save had to bring it back into play. It's mopped up well by the French defence, but at least it gave the Ukrainians another chance.
Well, Myelenko Yasinski's been yellow carded, so I guess it must be for top back because he was completely in a different part of the field. Nothing really went on in the middle of the park, but Ukrainians still have this chance, but losing out very quickly. But now a chance for the French to use the next few minutes. Now you can try and see the space. Instead,
great ball.
Excellent ball. This wonderful movement. Saved again. Is it going to go in? No, it's not. It was tapped in by Van Straten. Not going to happen. Baumgarten, good work it was, weaving in and out in the D.
Nice initial shot. Again, look at the goalkeeper lying down, but the second French shot didn't manage to take advantage of it.
Still very open this. Alexander Soliani lost the ball, and again flood forward here instead. The real playmaker so far. Can he help it on its way?
Great goal.
And they have scored. Etienne Taineves scored here a lot and enjoyed his time in the under-18s in Glasgow last summer. He's scoring here in this competition, and it doubles the French lead.
It's a very good reverse stick touch that as the pass is made in towards the circle, the straight ball, and it's just a reverse stick move past the goalkeeper, and then a touch in from the left forward, number 28, coming into the Taineves, coming in from the left hand side.
John Lauren Kiefer with the run forward onto Taineves that scored, and he's certainly adapted into playing at first team level. Scored 4 goals during the World League campaign when he came into the French senior side. Scored a couple of goals in that 11-2 win against Ukraine in the World League.
And that's where being one player down makes it very difficult. You lose a break, you don't have that cover defender, and gaps start to appear. It's very difficult for the defenders to pick up all the players, and you find passes like that make a difference.
Yeah. And just to confirm, the yellow card, a 10-minute yellow card, so it's something fairly severe to get that length of yellow card. So you didn't see anything in terms of a challenge. It looked like it must have been for some serious back chat, but French having to try and get this away. Christophe Peters Dutz did not the best, because you kind of managed to pinch it back. Polishuk coming in, twisting and turning. Goal back would have been nice for them to stem the flow, but now once more instead in space. Nice ball from Dumont out wide. Martin Bressac. Man's out the other direction, that'll end that.
Again, coach will be very disappointed that they didn't capitalise on that opportunity. The pass should have gone earlier, ended up flicking it and giving away a danger from a really good fast break.
Dali Kalinchuk up the other end for Ukraine. Can he keep it in? It is high, and that will come to an end there. Solomon couldn't keep it under his control.
It's interesting, isn't it? The Ukrainians seem to have more energy, more commitment now that they've gone down to 10. They're working harder. If they'd done this with 11, then, and they haven't done this in the previous game against Portugal, working at this intensity.
We are getting to the golden time where Ukraine seem to pick up in a quarter, but the French have it here. Goye, nice wee run to fling it wide. Lockwood in space wants it, he has got it. Van Straten in support. Not the best of passes, gobbled up by Pidgorny. Kovalenko trying to work something here. Nice little play if he can get it back. Couldn't quite though. Nice squeeze through ball from Polishuk.
Good defending. Great interception.
Yeah, Amaury Willenji back there for France. Hugo instead driving engine once again in the middle of the park. Cross for Van Straten. Lockwood now. 3, 4, 5, 6 coming forward in blue.
French showing some quite good composure and patience. If the attacking ball isn't on, recycle and wait for a better one like that.
Nice ball, Jane Stett turns and scores into the corner. Keeper on the floor, no chance.
So they said nice composure with the French until they can find the penetrating pass. Pass in here, good pick up, spin on the tomahawk, and you can see because the keeper jumps his feet apart before the shot comes in, he can't actually get any wider. So the ball into the post just doesn't allow him to be able to reach it. So when the shot comes in, he jumps apart there, and then he can't get to the corner.
Well, this has been a real damaging period with the yellow card, particularly Hugo Genstedt with France's third, and may well be putting the game to bed before half time. Chef Shukfil will try and have something to say about that. On a race to try and win that ball. Can't pick out a space and the break could be on. Ukrainians will have time to reset, but what's the plan from getting on with it as quickly as possible?
The French do really well when they get the Ukrainians in the corner there. They've got 2 or 3 people defending and 1 person covering, so if the Ukrainian does try and make the pass, then there's somebody there to intercept it.
Forward to Baumgarten.
Asking a lot.
Overlap there, but it just stayed in play. There was a lot of speed on that ball.
Done. Oh.
Unfortunately, the pass didn't allow the French player to actually do anything with it. By the time he got to it, he was out of control.
Just gets in here by Lockwood. Kasper Baumgarten. Belanger again, Baumgarten, good link up. Into the circle. Dribbles away, but again, just patient and taking their time, making the most still of the extra man that they do have. Just spotted some good space here for Lockwood, and
yep,
no, they can't really call much more than a penalty corner there. It's pretty slam dunk that straight into the body of the Artem Povashenko, the Ukrainian player, penalised. Slam dunk. Officials, incidentally, umpires Anton Koshin of Russia and Eduardo Lozana of Spain, as the French look to try and get a 4th here in the final 4 minutes in this second quarter.
Wonder whether it's because of the French setup. Ukrainians have changed the corner defence from what they had against Portugal, showing a 3-1 at from the right hand post.
Going to be Lockwood. It's saved away, though, by Cordy.
Good save by the goalkeeper. Reasonable height for him. Surprised that the French aren't looking to use some of the options around the top of the circle now.
Nice ball space, and over it goes. Blasi and Roger came to him. Big popular space in the D. Things opened up for him. Thrown the stick off, but frustrated with the Everton goal. Borges, that was too easy for Baumgarten to drive in. Oh, and it's off the post there from Kiefer's effort. I think he's taking a little sore one in the head as well, accidentally.
Good reverse stick cross. Good space. First French player didn't quite get the connection that he was looking for. That one would have, if he'd scored it or touched it, I think it would have been a goal. Would have taken the goalkeeper out, but he lifted it and lifted it on to his colleague, who looks as though he might need a little bit of attention.
Certainly making a little walk off that's getting close to half time, so plenty of time to get a little magic ice pack on or something. Chenko, the Ukrainian captain, dispossessed.
French do a lot of really good defensive work where they channel and then try and steal the ball, and they work in groups.
Maybe a half a chance here, Kalinchuk, but can't keep it in his grasp. Could have got it in and behind. Lovely, Rogier. Pazic for companies decide to try and find a teammate in Deront.
He's so comfortable on the ball. Wasn't exactly where he wanted it, but managed to take it in his stride and keep going and gain a foul.
Lockwood fortuitously gets it back with the leg of Chenko. Lockwood, that was a sensational little pirouette. And he's going to squeeze in. Mayhem in the D. But they've somehow managed to get away with that, Ukraine.
I'm not sure the initial shot was actually inside the circle when the French player takes its hit. I think that's outside. But good double save by the goalkeeper. Gets across to get the rebound. Yeah, but with some impact.
Yeah, Baumgarten it was. It's right to say it wasn't quite inside the circle, so it needed the touch in there. Never found anything, just the keeper, but no one could follow up anyhow.
Very hard for the goalkeeper to make a decision, split-second decision as to whether that ball is in the line or not. So I don't think anybody would blame him for going for it.
Final 90 seconds then, and it was an open but tight affair after 15. A bit to and fro from both sides, but France have dominated the spell, still with a man like with Jasinski on the sidelines with that 10-minute yellow card for Ukraine. And now flying out for Forges and further support down that channel. Back it comes for Belanger.
It was good hockey because the ball didn't get to the person on the baseline with enough space or enough pace, so he'd recycled it so that they just a little bit of patience to.
Lockwood in a right old scrum.
Trying really hard to manufacture a penalty corner off the foot of the Ukrainian, and a bit of Ukrainian dancing going on by getting his feet in the air. Eventually going over for a hit out.
Ukraine back up to the full complement now.
It's a good ball.
It is a very nice ball. Ollie Polashuk couldn't take it quite under his grasp. But they will have it here at the final few seconds into a good spot was Diachenko. Didn't come through to him though, and France have cleaned up any risk there right at the end of the second quarter and the half-time hooter. And France has been a comfortable quarter, helped with the yellow card as well for Ukraine, but Kristoffer Peters-Jutz with the opening goal, and then very quickly Etienne Seneves and Hugo Ginstedt adding to that to make it very comfortable at the half-time break. Ukraine 0, France 3. So we'll have a little look through the goals in a moment from the second quarter, but it's a complete different complexion now. The half-time scoreline, how it was 15 minutes ago.
Absolutely. Penalty corner, a good block, and then reverse tech shot. Goalkeeper wasn't balanced, so wasn't able to protect the space between his feet. Normal thing would be to say to your goalkeeper, you need to be balanced as soon as the shot's coming in. His feet are still moving, and the player on the post is unsighted because of the goalkeeper and doesn't see it till late. This is a super move, what we call changing lanes, drifts right so that the player going in a straight run, and then just a nice deflection past the goalkeeper, no chance. Defender didn't see the opportunity there for the forward, and so wasn't blocking it out. It's a good drift across to the right by the French midfielder. That's a great touch on the reverse, and good following up by the left winger to come in and just roll it into the goal, make it 2-0.
And this is goal number 3, Callum Hugo Ginstedt finishing off.
Just good pick up, spins out and then turns onto his reverse, and again, if you look at the goalkeeper, his right foot's at the right post, but he's sitting backwards, he's sitting down, so his left foot can't get to that corner, and because of that, anything inside the corner is going to be a goal. If you just watch it here, he sits back and down, and he can't get across to cover that last angle. And we spoke about that at the start, that the Ukrainian goalkeepers are slightly susceptible to that ball into the corner. That was a better quarter, obviously, for the French, including goals, but in terms of their corner penetration outcomes, significantly better. They were in the circle about 12 times, a couple of penalty corners, obviously had a field goal, and they also had a couple of field goals rather, and they also had a number of saves from the keeper. So the difference for that point was once they got into the circle, they were actually making the Ukrainians defend in the danger area.
So it's very convincing and comfortable for the French at the moment. We'll take a pause for the moment and we'll be back in a few minutes' time ahead of the second period, but at half-time, Ukraine 0, France 3. Welcome back then for the third quarter. We've had our half-time break pretty much, and we're almost set to go for this period, and it is very comfortable for France. Just joining us, there's confirmation. Peter Stewart's, Teneves and Jinstedt with goals in a period where Ukraine were in a bit of bother with Nikolai Yasinski with a yellow card, a 10-minute yellow card, and we kind of had a little chat. You had a little chat downstairs, Neil, and it was a tackle off the ball which we were too busy following play, we never seen it.
Yeah, according to the technical table, it was for a very dangerous sliding tackle, and umpire must have deemed it to be very dangerous to a 10-minute yellow card right at the start. And as you say, that changed the complexion of the game. That the French managed to get a couple of goals during that time and put the Ukrainians under pressure.
Ukrainians under a bit of pressure here quite quickly. Will there be any sort of reply? The Ukrainians had that good start, but I guess maybe out of all the games they were anticipating to defeat Portugal. That bounced up there, unfortunate for Moroz.
Yeah, defender didn't really get any height on his aerial and put his midfielder under pressure. But here's the French again with all 10 outfield players in the Ukrainian half, but just forcing a little bit. If they show a bit more patience like they did in the first quarter and the second quarter, and just wait for the opportunity to present itself. Great crossfield ball.
Stent at it again with the ball across.
That's a great goal.
That's a brilliant finish. Baumgarten has had a very good game, and they've continued where they left off in the second quarter after half time. It is another goal for the French.
Brilliant. Genestet here, if you watch, he switches the play all the way across the left as the Ukrainians are just coming across to him, and so 3 or 4 of the players are taken out, and then they switch again as the players are getting back and find a free player in the circle, and a nice slap past the goalkeeper no chance.
There's a look behind the goal, executed very well.
Great execution. Remember we talked about critical periods, first 5 in every period, and there we are within a minute and a half of the second half starting. Ukrainian coach trying to get his players to play in a specific way, and this is them starting it now, but they've just lost another goal before they can even do that.
Now remember, I've mentioned already the 11 goals that France scored, 11-2 when it was at World League against Ukraine, so got to fear a little bit if they can't stop the tide. They're on down the channel for Jinstedt once more.
He's really stepped up, hasn't he? Got the captain's armband from Chavet, and he has been a real key player for the French today. He's been almost involved in all the good stuff they've done.
To connect there off Shevchuk. Baumgarten. Jinstedt once more.
Interesting, Jinstedt went back to sweeper and pushed number 20 up for that long corner as though they had a set player. We're looking to get a specific outcome.
Ball here for Kiefer. Help from Baumgarten.
Great save.
Kiefer has had plenty of saves to do. If been 1 or 2 criticisms so far of some of his positioning. Again, picking out the right pass. Across it goes now for Borges to spin it away. In fact, he found support, and what a ball that was across by Durant. Couldn't find Kiefer though. Skiffed by Kiefer in the circle. A reminder in this group later on, 6:30. Scotland against Portugal. hoping we're going to jinx it now, but I think there'll be goals in that one, and hopefully from both sides. Portugal do just seem to play this attacking flair, maybe not quite the same fitness which we've seen against Ukraine, but they're great to watch. But Ukraine have stolen this, looking to try and get a goal on the board in this game. And Farouk across Kosciuszko here to the left, and away it goes. Is it going to stay alive here for Moros? Not quite, as the French try to clear it away. Once or twice the French have had a little moment where they've been caught out. We've seen it maybe before the French started scoring goals, but they haven't quite taken the chance, Ukraine, when they've had the ball to capitalise on.
Yeah, I mean, that for the French keeper, that was a practice save. It was hand height, wasn't really having to do much. It wasn't going with an awful lot of pace.
Here's Elliot Kurti, but dispossessed by Dayachenko. On the Farouk. Down the line it goes. Nice pick up from Kovalenko. Arm in the air. There's a sorry from Christoph Peters-Jutz.
Anna Farouk's playing really, really well for the Ukrainians. He's working hard defensively, and when he gets the ball as the lone forward, he really is trying to create things.
Trying to wriggle out was Janczynski, supporting Kovalenko. Nice run in here, and it is going to be a penalty corner for Ukraine. I think one or two Ukrainian players, including the captain Dayachenko, was looking for a bit more than that.
Well, this will be interesting. The French, when they were defending against Scotland yesterday, they only had about 3 or 4 defensive corners, but quite often they send their first runner from the defensive right post, which we don't normally recommend, because when they get to the top circle in front of the goalkeeper. The twice that they were going to send the runner from the left post, he actually broke the line and they end up having to defend with 3. So changed the formation today. Yesterday showed a 2-2, now they're showing a 3-1. Ukraine showing 2 castles top circle.
Dayachenko with the injection, and they have got the goal, and Paziuku did score a couple against Portugal from this sort of situation the other day, and he has got one back here for this side. A couple from the penalty corner on Sunday and one here.
Great strike, picks it up. The first runner's really not very close to him, so he's under no pressure. See where it goes from the post player's perspective in the replay, and see whether this gives Ukraine a bit of a boost. Post player well outside the post, probably too far to be able to make a difference there, and the ball was too powerful for the goalkeeper to get his hand across.
So third goal of the week. He scored 4 goals at World League for Ukraine in World League 1. All his goals coming in that stage. So very much a threat from penalty corners, as we've seen over the first couple of games here in Glasgow. Some of the Scottish players may well be watching and taking note for when they get round to that game.
A lot more urgency in the Ukrainian play now. Ooh, that's not a good ball.
Very loose for Simon Martin Bresak. Needing a bit of help though. Tynevez is in the D. Hammered across, keeper gets across instead of Dumont. Dumont is there though, but it's away. And chance wasted for France.
I think I would have been looking for that last shot to actually be put back across goal, instead of the reverse stick attempt at the shot going past the near post.
One back again, very easily. Dumont did well. Kiefer across to a bit of fresh air. sliding away is Bojan
I
Kovalenko.
think that could be a card.
It's going to be a yellow card. So maybe a small glimmer, it would be a bit of a glimmer, but they have got a bit of an opportunity here in Ukraine now for the next little while. He's making the run off is Guillaume Durant.
I think Alan Meikle mentioned it on Sunday. It would appear that the umpires have been given advice to make sure that any tackles that you think are bad are blown up very, very quickly, and they're given yellow cards right away, where domestically we might consider it would have been a green card to start with. They don't seem keen to play the green card, and they're just going straight to yellow.
Any particular reason why they prefer that at this level? More punishing?
Maybe they just think that the players are more capable of creating a legal tackle, and so what they're trying to do is break up play rather than get the ball, and if that's the case, they'll play one shot for a while. That's a great ball.
Quick space for Belanger. Rowland nicely looking forward to get it back.
Good save.
Well, he's making up plenty of saves. All right.
You have to say that was more or less at him, and with this saying Billy McPherson used to talk to us about, it's low for goal, high for glory, and if he'd put that one along the ground into the corner, it would have been a goal, but he flicked it at the keeper, allowed him to make the save.
It has been a tournament so far of some fantastic goals. I think still the favourite goes to Pedro Pinto of Portugal on Sunday, but here we go with the ball at pace. Not coming to anything for France.
Yeah, that was a great goal, wasn't it?
I think it's just because he's such a veteran as well.
I would have been interested to see it against a slightly taller keeper, because it did go over the Ukrainian keeper's left shoulder, and he's not as big as some of the other keepers, but he hit it with an amazing pace. The question would be to him, where were you meaning to put it?
Well, there was an equally pretty good goal which followed up. I think it was Kovalenko, wasn't it, that got the goal. He was stretching right in front of the goal, but he was stretching at full tilt to get it down into the net. So that game certainly had its fair share of goals, but I have seen one or two others across the first couple of days.
That was a tennis overhead smash. It just shows you the skills that the players have got now in these 3D.
Goye making the run, but by goes also as well, as although the top sides are good, but there is still a heck of a lot of quality and show in the second tier.
Absolutely, lots very, very good hockey players. For those that maybe don't watch hockey all that often, when we talk about 3D, we're talking about the player lifting the ball in the air and skills in terms of whilst it's off the grass. A lot of the young players now are very adept at just picking the ball up and carrying it and moving it while it's in the air without allowing it to be dangerous.
Paziuk found Lupa. Spot out wide, that's flicked up off a foot of Francois Goye. Back it comes for Paziuk. Gorney trying to fire in, and that was one or two little argy-bargy moments there. But no time to waste as France get on with it quickly, and again Dumont lively finding his teammate in Martin Bressac.
Yeah, the Ukrainians thought that the Frenchman had made that dangerous with his miscontrol. Umpire blowing it the other way and giving it to France, deeming that the Ukrainian had made it dangerous by his action.
Carries in a couple of minds. Dorneyville will try and help out its way, but came to no one, and now there could be a flood. Going to stay it once more. And in the road was Diachenko. Certainly has been pretty physical, Diachenko, and has been there trying to clean up a lot of times for Ukraine throughout the game.
French do well in terms of moving the point of attack very early, so that they don't very often give the Ukrainians time to set up their defence before they change the angle.
Then it goes into the corner, and Roger. Extent off the legs of Koshelenko, but France carry on. Bodies around, but they're only going to come back to Polashuk, away by everyone in French colours. Tynevez. Nice little pass off by Van Straten. Back to Peter Stutz. Bellinger down for Elliot Curti, and it's going to be a penalty corner for France in the final minute.
A nice touch by the French forward. Just as the ball came across and the defender got set ready to stop it, he got his stick in just to get that first touch that played onto his foot. The French, when they play nice hockey, they move the ball from channel to channel, and as the Ukrainians get across to the player that has the ball's already moved. So it's very difficult for them to cover every space. Interesting that when Genesee is not on, they're not as effective. He's been a key player for them so far.
Nicolas Dumont heading across for the injection here. And it is Genesee this time with the effort, another save.
I still don't understand why they don't just slip it from that first Genesee castle to the left. They've got big space and there's nobody coming out that side. They don't seem to have the pace of flick to actually beat the goalkeeper.
Break here for Kovalenko and Ukraine. Couldn't tee it back up across for Onafaruk though. And that might well have put a little bit of a doubt in the French minds as we head towards the end of the quarter. Control from Van Straten, it's coming at him, which will come to the end of this third quarter. And well, I think one positive we can see from this, French had a 5-minute yellow period, but Ukrainians scored after Baumgarten made it 4-0. Kind of thought, well, this could be a big score, but Paziuk got one back, penalty corner, and they just kind of stemmed the tide a little bit, the Ukrainians.
Yeah, they've been trying to set up plays coming down the side rather than going through the middle where the French have been picking them off. I think this is the French goal. Great change of angle. So the Ukrainians are coming across and then it gets changed again to the right hand post and a great sweep. So they changed the point of attack 2 times very quickly and didn't allow the Ukrainians. You can see it from here, the Ukrainian defence having to run across and backwards, and then when they go across there it comes to the other side. Nice first touch, puts it in the right place. Goalkeeper, as all goalkeepers, unhappy. This is the penalty corner, comes to the right hand castle. First runner doesn't really get close. And it would be interesting, Cam, I can't remember the number of the player, but I think the French against Scotland, think they were down to 3 players a couple of times at the defending corners because one of them broke the line, and I think it was that guy, which would explain why he's maybe not as quick off the mark.
Yeah, there was a couple of times, there was a couple of jump starts from the French in that Scotland game, and just broke up a little bit, but Pazuc has been lethal.
Yep.
Although different opposition, a lesser opposition you might well say against Portugal, but that's 3 penalty corners, 3 goals. So we've talked about certain players at penalty corners, talked about Gareth Furlong for Wales, that's another player that's benefited from that situation and scored. So as I say, Scotland may well be watching on for the game they've got after tonight's encounter against the Portuguese, who were around behind us watching on in the stand, but they'll be getting ready to feature after this one.
The French did well in the first half. I don't think they gave away a penalty corner.
Nope.
So
it's the first one.
You have to say that you've done a good job from a defensive perspective, that you've restricted them to 1 penalty corner in 3/4 of the game.
Because it goes to Dimitro Lupa, as another player that can score from penalty corners, as we've seen against Portugal. Hasn't really been used though in that situation, not had many opportunities to be fair. That's one back here.
Great steal.
Kosciuszko, nice ball. Kosciuszko, and well, they've managed to smuggle it back, and Maury Bellinger back just to disrupt that, and that was big because that might have just put a few doubts in.
Goalkeeper did well, stood up and allowed the defender to get back and put a stick in there for that deflection. I would make a comment that the first Ukrainian guy ran straight at the goalkeeper and didn't move him, which made it a wee bit easier for the defenders. If he just moved it a wee bit to the side, it would have he would have taken the momentum away, or the initiative away from the keeper. What he did was he let the goalkeeper actually make that play.
Switching a turn at the other end. Martin Bresak and might fall for Baumgarten, goes a little stray though. Ukrainians thought they had it back briefly, but French will try and just keep ball a little bit here.
French are very good at making that first defence tackle very quickly.
Nice ball, Goye, but he couldn't find a teammate in blue, and well picked up in that defence. That's a lovely ball it was from Kovalenko, who's trying to get it back. It's scrappy.
This is what we call ping pong. Up and down, up and down. The French need to again start getting outcomes in the circle.
Baumgarten.
That's 4 times they've been in the circle in the last minute and a half, and they haven't shown the composure that you would expect from them to just get an outcome, whether it's a corner or whether it's connecting with a teammate. They've thrown the ball away into areas where they've expected a teammate to be, rather than holding on just a fraction longer and making sure that you've got him.
Dumont for Goye. Back it comes for Dumont. Goye once more. Queuing up to score, but queuing up was a load of defenders.
Yeah, what happened was the 3 Ukrainians got between the French guy and the ball and his teammates, and he really didn't have a pass to get to.
Right from Borges getting in, and Jasinski tried to mug it away, but arm runs out. I think they're going to get the advantage. Ukraine to try and clear it. Marchenko trying to help it in its path. They will get a bit of a respite because it's been a bit intense from the French over the last couple of minutes.
What's this guy left?
Yeah, picking up there, Artem Povlichenko, but it's back again with Franz Dumont. Taineves trying to skip by. That's going to be dangerous, but Ukraine will get it away. Air hit from Peter van Straten. Nice ball from Kosciuszko.
Boy, left
Shevchuk.
post.
Oh, and it's dragged and Pavlyuchenko, well, he spotted him about 30 seconds ago in a separate move. He was in space. He was in that space on the left side again, but can't find the target.
Yeah, very disciplined. He's held that position and left it up to his teammates to get him the ball. A lot of young players will go looking for the ball. What he did there was say, well, I'm in a space. It's up to my teammates to get me the ball. I think the French coach would, be slightly disappointed at the composure that his players are showing in the circle. They're getting into the circle with some lovely hockey, playing good moves, pass and move, and then they're trying to do something special.
I'm up for Van Straten. Back with France and Guillaume Durant, who did have that yellow card, but it wasn't too punishing. 25-year-old Durant, over 100 caps now for France.
Genestet quite upset there because he'd made a lovely lead into a huge space and nobody saw it.
Nice ball from Peter Stutz. He's going to try and get it back. Wheels turns and saved. Genestet there thought off the foot. Penalty corner, they'll take that.
Great first touch. Lovely build up. Coming down the inside left channel. Then cutting it across into the centre. Player needed to take a little bit longer to make sure he got it in the bottom corner, but keeper made a reasonable save. Came back out to Genestet, and his first touch, all he was interested in was outcome. First touch with the reverse stick onto the foot of the Ukrainian.
So Nicolas Dumont again for injection, and France looking to try and find number 5.
I think Genestet has come to the right hand castle this time. See what they do.
It's going to be Peter Stutz.
Penalty stroke.
Going to be off the body, and it's off the captain by the look of it, Danchenko. Pretty easy for the umpire to make up his mind there.
I think they're waiting to see whether the player had stepped outside the post and whether the ball was going into the goal or whether it was going past. The umpires will be conferring over that. There's no doubt it hit the body, but where was the guy standing and what was the track of the ball?
Yeah, they've switched it to a penalty corner. So a small bit of leniency after a little conversation. Obviously no video referral, so just take their time. We've seen some good patient umpiring, so tricky decisions. They're going to have a bit of a chat. Good to see.
But that's what the disengaged umpire's role is, to make sure that he's standing in line so he can see whether the ball's actually going into the target. So good teamwork from the umpires.
So another try for Dumont.
There is an option from the top circle to switch left that takes out the runners if they ever think about using it.
It is Peter Stutz once more. It's high and away.
So they've had a number of penalty corners, the French. The runners are getting out, goalkeepers making saves. They haven't really changed anything, even just to put the Ukrainians into two minds. Ouch.
That was a bit of a slower one for Andriy Koshalenko. Right in the kneecap, I think.
But you see the thing that Genestet is trying to do there. As the Ukrainian guy is coming to close him down, he's changing the position of the ball. He's moving it somewhere else. So that guy then can't, A, he can't tackle him, but B, he can't get back to do something to the next action because he's still moving forward towards the player with the ball. So here's the penalty corner. First runner well out, good deflection, but there are options round about him that at the moment, now it may be that the French feel that they don't want to use them just now. They may want to save them for the semi-final or another game.
Don't give too many things away.
They think this game, well, you've got 9 minutes to go, you're 4-1 up, you may not want to show something that you want to keep for a more important time.
Curtsy with the ball for Van Straten.
It's a nothing ball. There wasn't a teammate there. He was just rolling it into space. Well, that's a good touch.
Not quite falling for Kovalenko. Nice run made from Genestet.
But look who's with him.
To do it all on a solo mission.
Number 13 from the Ukrainian team.
Onfruk.
Who was their number 1 striker, who's doing all that running, was the only guy that tracked the French centre midfield all the way down the left touchline. I think one of the things that frustrates players a little bit is, I understand from the umpire's perspective that ball was not exactly on the spot that the foul took place, but he got the ball in play really quickly. Did he gain an advantage? Only by playing the ball really quickly.
Curti, it's a good ball back to him. And it is a goal. And it is a goal for Jean-Laurent Kiefer, who has been lively throughout the game. Probably one of those players that deserves it, who's been in the D sniffing for a goal, and he's got one here.
Yeah, he just sits at the back post, doesn't he? Lets the attack go down the right hand side, drops off. Nobody picking him up till late. Number 12 coming in, and you can see the goalkeeper having a bit of remonstration with him about not having picked up the player there. He just drops back a little bit here. Nobody picks him up.
Nice moment on your 75th cap. I'm just hearing, I don't know if anyone else heard that, but they're going to give that actually to Elliot Curti, who got the final touch on the line. Didn't look like it in the replay, certainly from the first look, but they're going to give it to him anyway. But Kiefer was celebrating, so he might be a bit annoyed about that later on. Francois Goye, back he goes. France certainly got their goal, but certainly would describe this quarter as a bit scratchy from them. I know the game was won effectively.
Interesting, if you look at just now the way French are playing at the back, Genestet, who was the centre midfield.
Space just opening up into the D, penalty corner, Victor Lockwood making a good run.
Yeah, Genestet, who's their centre midfield, has dropped off to sweeper, and he's let one of the other guys go up to centre midfield, so it means they don't have to take him off to get a rest. He can go back and play around the back four, manipulate the ball for a while, and then once he recovers to be able to do his running, he steps back into the middle of the park. Obviously, having lost Chavet, it's a way of manipulating or looking after him from a fitness perspective without having to take him off the park and lose his influence totally.
It's going to be a different little routine. Simon Martin Bressac this time to inject for France.
And Genestet on the first castle on the left, and
it's going to be Genestet turns away off the foot from the keeper Horde.
With losing Chavet, they've lost that penalty corner threat that they had previously. They don't have anybody of a similar threat from the top circle, and that's going to be a difficult one for them, assuming they get through the semi-finals.
Yeah, if you watch the recent World League semi-final coverage, for instance, Johannesburg, Charlie with 6 goals across the whole of the World League, but as I mentioned, Neil, very important at penalty corners.
Great.
Van Straten.
for any young player that's watching, if they watch Genesee, the way he uses his body to show a pass and then put it somewhere else, he does the simple things very, very well and makes his other players look really good. That's good defensive work.
Kosciuszko trying to keep it in play, but Peters Jutz is there.
So number 20 has gone up into the point, into centre mid, and Genesee is playing as one of the two back players.
Cross from Lockwood for Guillaume Durant. Back from Forges, and Genesee again, just anchoring right at the back, as you see, taking a bit of a breather and just playing the passes never required.
Step back up again, try and press the Ukrainians. It's a great break.
And that is Simon Martin Bresak looking for numbers, and well, he'll get the ball back, but wasn't the best.
Criticism there is he's the one of the players that holds on to the ball there. If he'd released it as he got there, the defender would still have been coming over, but by holding on to it, allows the defender to close him down, makes it a lot easier for the Ukrainians to control the ball and bring it out.
Marchenko cleaning up. Again, it's a bit of a siege, but Ukraine might be able to just sneak a little breakaway. Kovalenko
Back
was out
post
there
again.
to the right. Pavlichenko, it's going to be kicked away. Yeah, Pavlichenko was out there on the left, waiting for it. In the middle was Kalinchuk.
He gets into really good dangerous positions. Nice clearance by the goalkeeper. Takes out the danger area, out the 23, and makes the Ukrainians bring it back again.
Pasiuk, plenty of time on the ball.
Good marking, good side marking by the French.
Tiny Vez comes away with it. With the French.
Good umpiring by both umpires, letting play go on to see whether the French were able to continue with the possession, and only blowing the whistle, blowing up the foul when there was no clear advantage.
Forges once more. One of the many number of players obviously mentioned about came from the Junior World Cup, but because of this 4-year spell, a lot of them are in their mid-20s and already hitting around 100 caps or over 100 caps. It's pretty incredible.
And you got people with 100 caps, they tend to make good decisions and they know where their teammates are because they played a lot together. So down to last minute and a half. Love the enthusiasm of the Ukrainian coach. He's still demanding quality from his team, still demanding them to do what he's asked them to do and build the play up. But the French are making it difficult for them.
For Pavlichenko, and back it comes. Andrei Kosciuszko was high. Something a bit different for Kalinchuk. Can't quite get it under his grasp.
But Pavlichenko's discipline in hugging this left touchline has been good, hasn't it? He hasn't got the service that maybe he would have wanted, but he's been there in the space waiting for his teammates to create something for him.
Great stuff from Baumgartner again. Bit frustrated, nothing came of that. into the final 15 seconds. Roger's picked out a nice little spaceman. Baumgartner to the right here, but here is Lockwood. Baumgartner. Final few seconds. Away it'll go, and that will do. And it is 3 points on the board for France. A 5-1 comfortable win. Nothing quite as big as the World League scoreline of 11-2. Ukraine had that spell in the second quarter, which maybe was just the moment that made it put the game too far for them. And in the end, the French did enough after the defeat against Scotland. They've bounced back well. Some maybe scratchiness in there, particularly in the final quarter, but I think for them, after another night, it is 3 points and they've got their momentum. Here's a look at the goals.
Yeah, it's a good block there, and then onto the reverse side, and a nice reverse leg hit by Christoph Peters-Jutz into that. Great effort by the defender to try and stop that final one on the line, but that got the French started. This was a great through ball. Geneste again finding the space, and for young players wanting to watch anybody, watch him. He knows where the ball's going before he gives the pass, before he even receives the ball. He knows where he's going with it. Great through ball, gets the defender square, puts it through. Great reverse touch, take it away from the goalkeeper, and support play by 28 Tineves coming in at the back post. This was a bit of composure again. Geneste turns inside, then turns outside, and his tomahawk into the far post, past the outstretched foot of the Ukrainian goalkeeper.
So this was during the spell. Tineves, Geneste, Baumgarten. This was this period where there was goals. Obviously, the first three were pretty close together, and that was 3-0. This is going to be number 4 into the third quarter.
And again, nice passing move, started by Geneste in a right midfield position, moves it over to the left. The Ukrainian team struggling to get there, and then the ball pushed over to the right for slap into the goalkeeper's right hand side. So Ukrainian penalty corner. Already said that the French player slightly slow off the line, but a still quality drag flick from Paziuk. Post player well outside the post. I'm not sure, even if he stretched with his stick, he could have got it. Not sure he looked interested in getting it. And then it was back to the French building things down the right hand side. Nice 1-2, and then played to the back post.
So that's kind of the story there. There it is behind the goal. It was probably one rare glimpse of a good moment for the French, because they were a bit quiet in that final quarter.
Actually, I think the reason it was given to the player who crossed it was it came in off the Ukrainian's foot and went over the goal from there. It didn't actually get to the
to the player. Took a touch. Well, Kiefer was celebrating, so he might be a bit annoyed about that one later on, but there's confirmation of the 5 goals. So we've seen France play pretty well, just not quite working out for them against Scotland. Obviously, great goalkeeping from Scotland. One here, maybe at a second or third year, not quite at their best. What's the assessment of France so far?
You know, when we looked at the pools, if things went to form, then Scotland and France should come into the semi-finals from this pool. They have had the best preparation in terms of the Hockey World League semi-finals. They played against the top teams in the world. France were playing against Australia and New Zealand and teams like that. Scotland were playing India, Netherlands, teams like that. So they were playing at a higher level than they would normally do, and they are here. So you hope that gives them the opportunity to continue playing at that intensity, which should make it hard for the Portugals and the Ukraines. Ukraine are a good side, and I think Scotland should beat Portugal tonight. They have to make sure that they beat Ukraine in their game, and then you have France and Scotland qualifying from this group. The other group is quite interesting. The 1-1 draw between the Czech and Russia makes the Wales and Russia game really interesting, and we'll just have to wait and see how that one goes. But I would still think that Wales are a good side, and I would put them on getting through at the semi-final, and I suspect Russia, because of their ranking, they should be the other side that go through from that group.
Well, Neil, good to get your thoughts. I think it's Friday, or Wednesday. I'm sure we'll probably see you around, but in commentary, maybe Friday morning we'll have you, and we'll have you on Saturday as well. So good to get your thoughts, and we'll see you then.
Thanks, Cal.
Enjoy the Scotland game coming up, and we will be back in a short while. 6:30 is the game. Scotland against Portugal. We'll be a big home crowd, but it should be a good game, an attacking game from both sides. Do join us then. But final score from the opening game of day 3: Ukraine 1, France 5. Good evening everyone, welcome along to the National Hockey Centre here in Glasgow. It is the EuroHockey Championship 2. It is the second game today here on the main pitch at the National Hockey Centre as the home side and the host Scotland are up against Portugal. Earlier today, France won their first game of the competition after losing to Scotland. They beat Ukraine by 5-1. It was a solid effort and spectacular performance, but they did the job against the Ukrainian side that defeated Portugal on Sunday. That's how things look after today's first game. France and Ukraine 3 points apiece. Scotland also on 3 points, but they've got the chance to go back to 6 points. Portugal to get off the board, the lowest ranked side here. They're looking, it would be a spectacular upset if they were to steal anything, steal a win against the host side. Sides are about to come onto the field. Let's look at the lineups, and Alan Forsyth is the real marksman, the goal scorer, one of 2 or 3 terrific goal scorers, but Forsyth scored the second against France, also the top goal scorer at the World League across all phases. Kenny Baines, another one who is a prolific scorer, also involved against France, scoring in the opener. Chris Grasic is the captain. He and Forsyth are the two that are in the GB training squad. There's a strong rolling subs bench as well for Derek Forsyth, the head coach. For Portugal, the lowest ranked side here, 43rd in the world, but they played just with full out attack and full out heart, and they may well score a goal or two here. They're certainly trying to do so against Scotland. Luis Tavares, the captain for the side. 38-year-old Pedro Pinto scored an outstanding goal in the game against Ukraine, which they lost by 7-2. It was a high moment though for Fernando Gomes' side. One or two other playmakers, including David Franco and Miguel Rodriguez, they will be lively throughout the game. So thanks for joining our live coverage for this game from the EuroHockey Nations Championship 2, and particularly to those on the BBC Sports Scotland website. Nick Bennett and Joachim Winner are our two umpires. We're from Switzerland. Bennett is from England, and we're getting set to get going with the sides coming onto the field. Alongside myself, Callum Patterson in commentary as head of domestic game here at Scottish Hockey, Jamie Frail. Jamie, great to have you with us for this big game. It was a terrific start for Scotland, and they're looking to bounce on this to get another win. Portugal, flamboyant side, looking to see some more of them. What do you expect from this game?
Good evening, Callum. Thanks for having me. This game should be good. I've jinxed it before by saying there'll be lots of goals, but I do believe both sides have got some real goal scoring threats. Scotland held up an extremely high amount of pressure against the French and scored 2 great free-flowing goals. Portugal didn't really get into gear, I thought, in their first game, but the goal from Pedro Pinto was top bag. It was sublime, it was world class.
Yeah, it was absolutely spectacular. It was on the edge of the D and just absolutely launched it into the top and the roof of the net. And if you've not checked it out, why not go and check it out online, because it's certainly worth a look. So sides out, Scotland in their familiar blue, and Portugal, the trend was for them in that game against Ukraine, the first game in the group stage in this group pool A, this is, the trend was that it started really well every quarter, but maybe just not quite the same fitness as some of these sides, and they kind of just tailed off a little bit in each quarter, and Ukraine kind of picked them off a little bit. Here's the anthems. Two anthems sang with passion. A terrific crowd in here at the National Hockey Centre in Glasgow. So just a couple of minutes away. So Scotland, then there's a quick check-up once again. If you've just joined the coverage of the team, mentioned one or two players, the goal scorers. Jamie, a big wealth of experience, a few young players as well, but players such as William Marshall, 155 caps, Bain, 157, Chris Grasick, 119 caps, this will be tonight in international hockey, but he's now going to be one away from 100 for Scotland. So there's a lot of experience there with a plethora of all these young players. And we've not even mentioned the fact that Tommy Alexander, the goalkeeper, had an exceptional game against France.
Absolutely, I think he was the difference in the end. France kept hitting him, he kept getting in the way. A spectacular penalty flick save as well, where there's some good photos. He catches it the entire way with his eyes, you can see him watching it. Really kept Scotland in the game, and then that gave them the opportunity for Scotland to get that breakaway goal for the second. That was so far the goal of the tournament for myself. Yeah, Lee Morton with the run initially, the way it worked, it was absolutely superb. McIntyre in, and the second was finished off with real aplomb from Forsyth. For Portugal, touched on some of the players. Joe Coda, their captain. Miguel Rodriguez started here last year at World League One in Glasgow. David Franco as well. Luis Tavares, the captain, had a bit of a tricky time. He was sent off in one of the early games, had a suspension, came back and scored a couple of goals in a win against Slovakia. They're a side that obviously the lowest ranked here, but we've touched on already, play with a lot of heart, and maybe it's their downfall that they don't maybe quite as tight in defence, but they do just like to keep on scoring goals, and it does make it a treat for the neutral here. Absolutely, Portugal's they've got some really skillful individual players out there who can just dance with the ball around the opposition, but it's that link-up play that I think they're missing. I think they just need to really tighten up and know where each other are, and once they eliminate that first player, get the head up and pass the ball on to the next teammate. But as you say, they score some good goals themselves. Lights are on. Some of the lights are on here in the ground. It's been a lovely day. We've had a real 4 seasons and 2 or 3 days of hockey so far, but some great games, some great action, and both sides looking to deliver another good game here. France in the end cruised through in their game against Ukraine. 5 goals they scored, and it's turn of Scotland. They look to try and get 6 points out of 6 in this group, which puts them in a great position into the final group games tomorrow. Portugal, if they were to cause a huge surprise, it would be a big surprise. It would throw a spanner in the works. We're underway. Atkins with some early possession, trying to wriggle through an early gap, and there's the home side with Bremner and Marshall anchor in the heart of the defence with some early ball. Atkins flings it. Morton, it's a good early chance here. Have they scored already? They have. What a start that is. 30 seconds. Claim, try and work out who will take the claim for that. Morton certainly with the biggest grin. I don't know if it took another touch in the middle of the D, but no, it's a cracking start. Yeah, Lee's ran down the baseline, and then it's come off a Portuguese stick, rolled back to him, and he's just come in there in the reverse, and I think he's knocked it in off the keeper's inside leg. So a bit of confusion as to where the ball is, but Lee will be happy with that. From this angle you should be able to see it come in off, certainly comes in off either a Portuguese player or keeper. Just unfortunately bounces off one foot onto the other leg guard, and then he ends up nutmegging himself. Yeah, it was just a little reassurance to see if Grasick never got a little flick on, but came back to Morton, and we just talked about him before we started. The big moment in terms of the second goal against France, the great run he made on the far wing all the way up, and the play ending up in Aldershot scoring, and he has played a big part here in 30 seconds to have Scotland leading. If you're Portugal, how are you feeling now? Because that's the worst possible start. Yeah, absolutely. Some defensive error. Nobody closing down. Lee on the baseline, and then even the initial first touch knocking it back to him. Here they try and come. Miguel Rodriguez, such a clever little fella. Cap number 49 for him. He's 22 years of age, trying to scoop this and skiff this one back, but it will come back with Scotland. To
Atkins trying to find Morton down the line. A little bit too quick, that pass. Relatively new into the squad, Atkins, but has played a pivotal role. 27-year-old, 13th cap for him. He's a club hockey in Reading majority. If not all of the players now are either down in England or abroad, applying their trade domestically.
Neither team stepping up and putting any real pressure on the ball carrier just now. They seem to be hanging back. Portugal have went to half court there, and centre back Willie Marshall has had a bit of a poor pickup. Ball's bobbled straight up, but there's nobody around him, and he's able to just get it back under control.
Ball here for Morton again in the D. It's lovely play for Scythe, and not quite number 2. The touch coming in from Gordon McIntyre, but not finding the back of the net.
Great bit of individual skill from Alan Forsyth. He just gets the ball up, he's under no hurry, ball's in mid-air, and he's having a look around to see where his next pass is going to be, and it's just McIntyre can't get the ball down and into the goal.
Popped up long by Helder Gonçalves. Tiago Ventosa gets that decision, and
yeah, a bit of a wild stick tackle from Willie Marshall there, and then he cleverly just moves back from the ball, but no real hurry there, just slows the play down to get more Scotland defenders behind the ball.
Joe Coda, captain at the back for Portugal, lumped up towards Miguel Rodriguez.
Number 14, Pedro Pinto, just hanging around that back post area waiting for one of his teammates to look up, give him eye contact, and he's going to be on it. I think we might see him in the score sheet tonight.
Became a bit of a neutral fan favourite very late into the Portuguese squad at his senior years, you could say, at this level at 38. Long from Franco, but no one. Portugal just trying to steady the tide a little bit after a very quick start from the hosts.
Yeah, to go 1-0 down in the first 30 seconds, then it kind of sharpens the mind in the old defensive qualities, so they'll be hesitant going forward. They'll just want to keep some bodies back and make sure that sort of thing doesn't happen too soon. Portugal players, they're just busy giving each other some constructive criticism. Nobody really getting the ball and starting the game again.
When these sides met last year at World League One, Portugal were in the group with Scotland, who were hosting incidentally as well. It was a big win for Scotland, 9 goals. So maybe it'll be a gauge.
I think Wales have set the bar in this tournament so far with was it 9-0 against Switzerland yesterday?
Indeed. I think that may have been a bit of a surprise. Switzerland kind of had a spell towards the end when they kind of lost a bit of heart and conceded a few goals cheaply, because we've seen the Swiss, and you will see more of the Swiss as the week goes on, that they are a decent side, but Wales too good for them. Here is the toes are trying to defend and get this away. Tavares, Portuguese captain, good turn away by Ricardo Cunha. Taking on Jamie Wong, just behind Pedro Pinto.
Again, Pedro Pinto just staying in that area in front of the goal, just maybe making a few 4 or 5 yard leads towards the ball. I think we'll see him winning them a few fouls as well.
Moreira trying to wriggle it through. Marshall, long it goes. Taps him back into his possession. Anderson the supports. McIntyre switches it to Wong. Nicky Parks Cheap one to give away. Ventosa stealing it back. McIntyre once more.
Both teams content just to sit back, let the opposition move the ball around their defenders to try and find some space. Both of them looking fairly solid units at the back. Doesn't seem to be too much space. There's no probing ball coming in diagonal. There's nobody moving too well. I think they're just looking to see if they can tire each other out.
Pinto into Miguel Rodriguez.
Great stick skill.
Brilliant to find Ventosa. We'll come back to Scotland. The win Portugal had here last year against Slovakia was the only win in that World League One competition. They did score 5 goals. It was a rainy midweek night, and it was a very entertaining game, as was the game against Ukraine. 7-2 sounds like a big defeat. It was a big defeat, I guess, on paper, but both sides played well in terms of attacking the front foot. But as I say, the defensive discipline could be something that might get teased and teased more out of as the game goes on. There's another Forsyth on the pitch, David Forsyth. Grasic held up well, he's going to get this one back here. Nice support, just trying to keep it alive, Russell Anderson. Marshall across to David Forsyth. Morton trying to help in its way. Away by the baseline it goes. To get launched in there and quite work out Morton.
Yeah, Scotland starting to find some space down the right hand side there and just sending that probing ball in. I think Lee had to try and get a touch on that to take it off the defender's front stick, but I don't think the Scotland forward that was behind him, is it Ben Cosgrove, was expecting him to do that, so I hadn't repositioned. Portugal again just retreating into their own half. Scotland leaving 3 back. I think we'll see Scotland coming down the right hand side a wee bit more. It seems to be where they're loading the numbers. They'll feed the ball out to the left, and then if they can get it back across quickly, then they'll find some space down here. I think it's Tim Atkins that's standing a bit of space.
Yes, he is. But it's going to come here first for David Forsyth.
Again, Portugal closing it down early, so going back round. Tim Atkins still out there in space, just teasing Willie Marshall and Dave Forsyth there with a possible pass.
Very calm, Marshall and David Forsyth. That's too much on that, and a little frustrating passes, and not quite the pass wanted there for David Forsyth. Portugal get it back in their possession.
Yeah,
Portugal goes back.
Portugal will be delighted with that. So Scotland may have had possession, but they've not moved out of their own half, and it ends with Portugal getting the ball back. So I think they'll start something similar. Scotland are playing slightly higher. They're playing maybe a kind of 60-70 press where they're coming out. I don't think they'll give them as long to pick their passes here. Kenny Boone doing a lot of work in the middle there, looking for other people to maybe kind of pick up as well. There's nothing worse than chasing shadows and your teammates aren't closing down the other options.
Elder Chavez looking for the help. Here is Tavares. A slip there in the middle, so Scotland put the back, but only briefly for Franco. Bouncing off and putting the pressure on his Byers just to usher that ball of any chance of it towards the D.
Really brave there, so you're coming in the wrong side of the person, swinging in reverse, and Gav Byers has just followed, put stick nice and flat. There's a few times where you can be caught with the kind of follow through of the swing there, but Gav's got his stick out and down, managed to intercept that.
Nice pass from Bremner. Cross now for Riddle. from Atkins, switching around the sides. Cosgrove trying to help it. Scotland trying to work a bit more possession in the attacking spot. Brebner, could be space, and there is. Riddle trying to fire it in.
Portugal doing really well at just protecting the middle. When they don't have the ball, they just congest it, and doesn't seem to be any route through apart from the one there that went across from Brebner.
Skills Cosgrove into the D, looking for a body part, but it's not going to come the way for Scotland.
Yeah, you see players running baseline there, and the first thing the defender starts to do is protect their feet so that they don't give away a penalty corner. And Ben Cosgrove has just lifted the ball too high and caught a Portuguese knee, which is too high.
Scotland making a raft of rolling changes. Kenny Bain back on and picking up here. Trying to keep it alive. Good challenge came in from Ribeiro. With glasses on, scored the second consolation for Portugal against Ukraine on Sunday.
Scotland with 4 players really high up the pitch, almost in the baseline there, so this is where it comes into play.
Anderson trying to wriggle it across, but again just by the baseline.
Yeah.
To the final 90 seconds, just over of this first quarter.
Bit of a bobble in this. If that's a flat pass, then Kenny's just looking to deflect it onto the next player, which I think is maybe Gav Byers. But because it has a bounce, and it's really awkward to try and to deal with and get a flat stick on.
Tavares on long, but more in hope than in expectation. But work coming in here from Daniel Rodriguez, who's trying to win it back, but Scotland have it deep and might try and build up at least one more attack in this quarter. Here's Kenny Bain, launched it at full pelt. It might actually work out here, but just dragged a little bit there by Cammy Fraser.
Yeah, Kenny Bain, as soon as he picks the ball up, he knows he's going route one. There's a bit of a fortuitous wobble for Scotland in that it misses the first player, McIntyre, I think, and then rolls to Cammy Fraser, who all the time in the world, and I think he thought he was under a wee bit more pressure there. Thought it was a Portugal defender stepping up behind him, so he kind of spins round and tries to get it shot off close to his feet.
Yeah, McIntyre kind of looked saying, what are you doing? But then all of a sudden it came through into the D in a good spot. But not quite the moment there for Scotland, who lead Portugal by that very fast start goal. Lee Morton in 30 seconds. Franco looking for Ribeiro. Shove there. And come together with McIntyre. Both going for the ball.
Yeah, I think that's just good strength. So he gets to the ball first, starts to change its direction, and it's just coming together. No malice, no intent in there, so the umpire just kind of blows it for a foul, but no card needed.
So that is the end of the first quarter of 15 minutes. Lee Morton's goal, then the difference between the two sides. And well, you could have maybe thought after such a start Portugal might be under huge amounts of pressure. They have had their moments, Scotland, but they kind of steadied the ship a little bit. But here's a little look at the goal.
Yep, just comes in off the keeper's right kicker and rolls in between his legs. Credit goes to Lee Morton. He continues playing. The ball's bounced off a Portugal stick straight back to him, and he's got that striker's instinct where rather than get it back under control, he just steps in, sweeps it in, and he's reverse. So anything on target he would take.
So a goal for Lee Morton. Hard to miss Lee Morton on the field with that hairstyle, with the jet blowing top and the brown here at the side. But that's the difference between the two sides at the moment, as they take their couple minutes rest. So it's quite a change up, because for the second tier European sides, for anyone maybe not familiar watching on and don't see a lot of hockey, that we've seen a lot of the top sides in the Olympics play the 4-15 minutes for a while, but the guys that are here maybe here playing World League One, we're playing 2:35 minutes, so it's a bit of a change up with the quarters, and it seems to be working. It's felt very quick and action packed this week, but it seems to be working the last 2 or 3 years across the game in hockey.
Yeah, at the top level obviously we get some far more coverage now in terms of the media, which is superb. I mean, it's a fast-flowing game for everybody, so it's great. We're now getting a profile. The 4:15s. So some people might complain there's been a 10-minute loss of play, but when they ran the data on it, they found that when you stop for short corners, and then when time runs on for short corners, you lose about 10 minutes. So what happens now in the 4:15s is if there's a penalty corner awarded, then you get 40 seconds to set up. So that's equivalent to normally what would be wasted in the 70-minute game.
The only thing we don't have here, which we see at the top end, the top tier, would be the video referrals. But umpires, we've seen some great decisions this week already. The umpires just going over and have a chat with each other. So it's still development. So as ever, I think it's one of the things that gets praised about with hockey generally, European and worldwide, that they're quite proactive in change and trialling things out.
Yeah, at the top level again, then they've got the kind of facility, they've got the resource to do that. I think the umpiring in this tournament's been really good. Umpiring in hockey in general has come on leaps and bounds, and it's a real team. So you've got 3 teams out there, the 2 obviously who are playing with sticks, and then you've got the umpiring team, and by extension the ball patrol there helping out as well. So I'd get into trouble from the ball patrol leader if I didn't mention them.
So underway for the second quarter here. Jamie Wong with some early possession. Scotland with the bulk of possession and have the narrow lead. Portugal looking to try and find one or two of the breaks they found yesterday, or on Sunday rather, against Ukraine.
I think that's what they'll be holding out for. As I said earlier, Portugal are really strong in the middle. They condense it, they make sure there's no gaps, and they're standing on each other's shoulder. The goal that Scotland's got, then even though they broke away down the side, you could see that Lee was facing 2 other players, and it's fortuitous that it's dropped back to him, and then it's kind of bounced off the keeper's kicker. I think 9 out of 10 other times then that ball wouldn't go in. Portugal are really, really good at stopping things going down the middle, so Scotland will see more going down the right hand side and down the left. Right on that sideline, as you can see here, is 1 foot in from the sideline. That's the kind of margins we're looking to play.
Forward, exchange a pass with Bremner. Little loose here from Marshall. He's going to put his side under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, a poor pick up from William there. The ball's had time to roll away from him and roll off the sideline. No Portugal player anywhere in their own half when that happened. No real pressure to go and make William try and play it.
Marshall plays his club hockey with Surbiton, over 150 caps. A clutch of them with over 150 caps in the Scottish side, 31 years of age. There's Tavares of Portugal. Nice to wind something up and keep a bit of ball.
31. William Marshall is 31. He must have started playing international when he was 15 then. That's a tremendous number of caps.
The French game earlier, there's players in their mid-20s that are breaking 100 caps. It's extraordinary.
Yeah, Willie's been a well-known face at the back for Scotland for years. Just that composed, hard hitter of the ball. Willie can absolutely make a ball travel. Used to face him when he played club side Kilburn, and standing in goals facing that is just incredible amount of power. So we would hope that from positions like this today, he'd utilise that kind of diagonal ball whenever he sees a gap. So when you see the ball getting played round the back there, Jamie Wong to William Marshall, when they've not got the ball, then they're just looking for that gap, that pass, that bit of space that they can see someone in. If it's not on, then the example there would be Bremner moving back to try and pull some players out to create that space.
Grassock wide, good exchange. Riddle in the corner. Umpires with a loud peep, and there's going to be a card here. It's going to be a yellow card. That was flung in the direction of Portugal's Jose Santos.
Yeah, not really sure what happened there. An off the ball incident of some variety.
Didn't see it in the path of the moving play, but something a yellow card issued for Jose Santos.
It must have been serious enough to merit a yellow rather than the green.
Well, we've seen that earlier. Neil Sturrock, who was with us with coverage earlier, was talking about how the umpires, the officials, seem to have been drilled into them anything of fairly seriousness instead of the 2 minutes heading for a 5-minute yellow card straight away. At this tournament, anyway, it's been a thing so far, but
yeah, I mean, player safety is their number one priority, so if they see anything, then good on them.
Kenny Bain not happy with that decision from the umpire. Always has that with a wry smile on his face though.
Oh,
it's a 10-minute yellow as well.
Yeah,
I was just confirming the length of it. Didn't see the umpire's hand, but it's 10 minutes. So must have been maybe an aggressive stick tackle there in the move when we were following the ball. But here is Portugal with the chance to Franco. Can they lob it in the air? It's a penalty corner though, and there is a bit of a chance here for the side trailing.
Yeah, so Portugal running along the top of the D, about to shoot on reverse, and because it comes up off Scotland's stick into a dangerous position, then the umpire blows early-ish to try and make sure that there's no danger. When you've got a ball up in the air like that and players swinging wildly, then you can find that people get some head injuries and stuff. So as soon as the umpire sees that the ball's up in the air and about to land in a crowded area, he blows the whistle for a short corner. Yeah,
it looked like it was Riddle that was the one that flew up with his stick. But Portugal then with penalty corner. Still over 4 minutes in this quarter. It's going to be Luis Tavares to inject. Miguel Rodriguez could be the one in the pocket. No, it's left in for Pinto to drive. Miguel Rodriguez is there. It's saved by Atkins, but Luis Tavares does score, the captain for Portugal. And despite the heroics of Tommy Alexander, couldn't keep that one out this time. And the lowest ranked side here are level.
Yeah, so Tommy makes first good initial save, so he can tell it's going to be a strike. So he logs, lies down, comes off his leg guards. You would think Scotland player would be in to cover that, and then just the way the ball goes for the second rebound, then I think number 5 is it Bremner steps in to try and pick it from the middle, and while he does that, the ball then rolls out to where his man was, and he just slots it in.
Kept the patience there. Might well have lost their cool, but it just bobbed up nicely for Tavares, who was the injector, and 1-1 it is. Let's throw in a cat amongst the pigeons.
Good goal by Portugal in terms of tenacity, in terms of playing on, in terms of pouncing on that loose ball. So I think that again leads to the individual skill. So I'll worked short corner, fairly obvious and original one in terms of the straight strike, but they knew where the ball was going to then bounce back out to, and they've got people on there to pounce. So excellent work from Portugal.
And very little opportunities, so penalty corner, taking the chance.
I think that's the first penalty corner of the game as well.
Yep. It is. Marshall likes to fire runs today, and is it helped on its way? It is.
No,
but the umpire's going to blow up here.
So there's that mega strike from William Marshall that we're talking about. He saw the gap, the ball's been fired in, and there's a deflection at the top of the D, and I think the umpire suggesting that it comes up off Kenny Bain's body and into the goal. So there's deflection here, and then it touches something in Kenny's claiming it's his stick, so no goal in the end.
And now it's back here. Here's Kenny Bain this time. He scores now though, and the crowd roar. And Kenny Bain scored on Sunday, scored again. Scotland very quickly back in front.
So pressure on the ball there from Kenny, picks it up. So the leading run from McIntyre to the right just makes the keeper think, hang on, I might need to cover that. Kenny waits till he starts to go down, slips the ball underneath him. Well worked goal, individual goal by Kenny there to dispossess the Portugal player and have the composure to just eyes up, see the keeper's there and roll it under his arm.
All going off in the last few minutes in this one. Just after Tavares equalising, Scotland back into gear and thought they'd scored within seconds, did score. And I wonder if it might have been actually Tavares that kind of half slipped and gave the ball away, which would have been a bit of an unfortunate moment for him. Portugal will try and go on the attack. Ivo Herrera's pass is cut out though by Byers. The press comes on here, and now Portugal's turn to try and win it back in the D, and they've got a penalty corner. Extraordinary few minutes here.
So huge change there from Portugal. Portugal immediately getting Scotland's face, putting a bit of pressure on the ball, the same way that Scotland won the ball previously. They break away with it, and there's a bit of a heavy stick tackle, and with that kind of severity in and around the D, then they're always going to give a short corner. We can see Tommy Alexander in goals, just having a conversation with his defenders, just having a quick chat. Obviously they don't want a repeat of what happened last time, so he might change the formation. I think they ran an arrow last time, so I can't remember if it was high or if it was low, but certainly they left one person in the right shoulder and everybody else out.
Tavares once more with this, and well, we've seen what happened last time. Miguel Rodriguez and David Franco there in position. This will be Franco. Oh, big block came out, another penalty corner thought coming off the foot there of Parks.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ever hold that against him. You'd much rather a foot and another penalty corner than you would a straight line to goal. Parks has just ran the right line. He's ran straight from his post inside the goal, and I wouldn't say let the ball hit him, but he's not moved out the road of it. So perfect run for Parks, apart from on his own feet, because that would have hurt.
Another chance in this for Tavares. Franco again, it seemed to hit off another body. I think it might have been actually Parks again.
No, I think this one was Gav Byers, maybe. So, is it Gav Byers? So the first runner comes running out, and exactly the same thing. He doesn't need to try and the attacker needs to try and get it round the runners. So he's just held his line, made himself nice and big, and it's come off the shin guard. So I'd much rather it hit my shin guard than my foot.
Parks was still hobbling. Franco again. Miguel Rodriguez, it's an excellent save. It's another penalty corner though.
I think Parks has ran into the drag flicker just as he's taking that snap and getting the shot off, and I think he's taking another hit there.
Sustained pressure this from Portugal. It was a different routine that time as well, something a little bit different.
Yeah, so up to the top, and then they look as if they're going to do something straight from the top, and just that spin that changes the angle for the next person to step in on, that's enough to fool your first two runners and create a gap at one side for you to get the shot off.
Tavares in. Franco, did it come off a body part? No, it's going to go the other direction.
So again, the first runner is out hard. I think it's Anderson. He's came running out, got close enough that he's taken the right line, got close enough that it's hitting the body. With that, you as the striker need to make sure you don't cause a danger. So if anything that hits knee or below when they're that close, then it's your foul, but anything above knee, then you would assume it's dangerous.
Possession quickly turned over, thought. A lively quarter this. Really entertaining. Well, we did promise it, certainly from the Portuguese side, they would try and make it a game.
Yeah, Portugal will get a lift from this, definitely. That amount of corners and that amount of possession in the ball, they can start to come back into the game now.
Derek Forsyth, the Scottish coach, prancing around. He does that a lot anyway, but prancing around maybe at a slightly quicker pace than usual.
I think his preferred term would be prowling rather than prancing, knowing Derek, but your words, not mine.
Launched away by Ricardo Cunha. Only back into the Scotland path. Atkins now. Marshall just steady up the other channel it goes. Byers had the support. Comes in here for Anderson. Can he wriggle out some space? Cries it came off a foot, but play on, say the umpires. I think Ivo Moreira was living with a bit of danger there, I thought, the defender.
Yeah, he seemed comfortable in the ball. It's not the kind of area you would try and normally carry the ball out, but in the end he draws the foul against Anderson and gets possession, time and space.
Tavares, that's lovely work to try and keep it.
Yeah, great individual skill there, just knowing where the gaps are in and around the feet. So it's so hard when somebody's playing the ball in and around your feet to try and get your stick down to protect that. and he just finds the gap, finds himself in lots of space, but somebody else comes in and tackles him quickly after that.
Cap 6-8 for the Portuguese captain. Down the line it goes, and then it switched around there onto Kamalo, but can't keep it in his grasp. Turn away here though from Scotland and from Cosgrove. Good area this is. Alan Forsyth trying to get the penalty corner, and arms out from the umpire, and it's now Scotland's turn to try something from this situation.
Yeah, he just drives in. There's not a lot of bodies in front, and without giving any real cue, he just fires the ball across in and around the body and hits the foot. I think we need to remember though that Portugal are still a man down. They still got that 10-minute yellow card, so Scotland should be winning a few more corners, should be up in and around there. They've got that extra body. They should be making a big difference with this now.
Thanks for reminding us all about that yellow card, because there's been so much happening that is still the case. Jose Santos with a 10-minute yellow for I think a bit of an aggressive tackle on the move. But Scotland have this penalty corner. Alan Forsyth hits off the body and claiming that it went up in the air and came off Miguel Rodriguez. Umpire's arm is for Portugal.
Yeah, so is it Miguel Rodriguez that runs out number one, and it runs out nice and early, so they Scotland take a slight switch and decide to hit the ball, and it doesn't look as if the ball comes up too high, but it certainly comes up onto shin guard height. I would have maybe disagreed with the umpire's decision there, but I think Miguel Rodriguez gets hit with a stick, and the umpire maybe thinks that's it because he's holding his body, which would imply he's been hit with something.
David Forsyth won that one back, but quite finding Morton.
Umpire just overturning the free hit, so it was a free hit to Portugal, a sideline to Portugal, and because the ball wasn't stationary when it was taken, they were deemed to get an advantage there. So what you do is you take the ball off Portugal and give it to Scotland as a sideline ball.
And into the final 4 minutes of the second quarter. Scotland maybe looking for a third before half time. Portugal looking to try and hold off, keep this game alive for them.
Scotland still a man up.
Yes, Anderson. Jimmy Wong back, so that's another thing to contend with. Portugal may well feel when they're defending that man light might play a factor. Forsyth rattling again. Kenny Bain just can't quite get it in his path. Grasek, it's hammered away and high.
Yeah, so as soon as Scotland start to break around the 25, there's 4 bodies in the D there, and then another 2 come to join them at the top of the D. Grasek putting a hole in the fence with that. He was giving it the full whack.
Would have preferred to put a hole in the back of the goal net.
Yes.
Never mind for Scotland's perspective, but for Portugal's perspective, it was a quick dart from Vasco Ribeiro as the free hit his side do anyway, and looking to build them next attack. It's been a terrific second quarter from them. As we said, they kind of bounced back after the horrible first 30 odd seconds of the first quarter where they conceded. Daniel Rodriguez was needing a bit of help. That's been taken by McIntyre, and Morton just losing out the ball though. Just won't give up though with it. After for the moment though. Bain's collected this with a poor pass. Bit of a juggle routine from Kenny Bain. Trying to set up the perfect ball. Keeper hasn't really got it away. Alan Forsyth. And the arm is in the air, and that was cynical play. And the stroke is coming Scotland's way, and this is the chance to make it 3-1 before the break.
Yeah, almost a comedy of errors in the build-up. So a bouncing ball, and it comes through. He comes into his reverse and hits the keeper. The keeper then uses his reverse, the wrong side of the stick, to try and play it away. Alan Forsyth gets the bobbled shot towards the goal, and no real pace on it, but just awkward to pick up, and Portugal foot on the line, so a foul just as it was about to cross the line means a penalty flick.
Chimal Pinheiro, the guilty party. Alan Forsyth looking to get the third here for Scotland, and he does so into the corner, and there is a bit of breathing space. Couple of minutes just over to half time.
So Alan Forsyth not giving much away in the setup, and then he flicks low and hard to the keeper's right, and it's just that kind of awkward height where if it's along the ground then the keeper's foot will be there, if it's any higher then the keeper will catch it with his glove or his stick. So we see it from this angle, it just kind of goes that kind of backboard height, just too high for the foot and just too low for what would be a natural stick or glove save. Not far off from the goalkeeper though.
132nd international cap, 117 of them now with Scotland. Surbiton player, the youngest player to reach 50 caps for the Blue Sticks, and he's made it 3-1 here. I did talk about at the start before the game how deadly he was at the World League across all phases. Top goal scorer with 15, and Bain's a decent scorer with 8, but it shows you how menacing Alan Forsyth can be.
Yeah, I mean, as a duo, almost any nation in the world would be happy having those two taking up their front line, and the both of them work well together once they get the time and the space.
I guess certainly many of the neutrals will be feeling a bit for Portugal here because they've played an excellent quarter, and in fact they played pretty well after maybe the rocky first 5 minutes of the game, and might feel a bit aggrieved to be 3-1 down.
Well, 2 of the goals have been unconventional, shall we say, where it's come in off a keeper's leg guard, and then the one leading up to the penalty flick it was a strange, no one could just get the ball under control and get it away or get it towards target. It just seemed to kind of bobble in, so as unconventional as it is, Scotland would take it, but Portugal would look back and think, well, how easily replicated would they be against us? Our formation in terms of defence leading up to that's been quite good, so it'll be an interesting one. If I was Portugal going into half time, I'd be happy with where they were at, so to speak. Maybe with the corners they would look to put more away, but it seems as if their game plan to hold the middle, be defensive and then get something in the breakaway could still produce a result.
Final few seconds, Riddle to go forward, cut out by Jose Santos. Jose Santos is back on, of course, had that 10-minute yellow card. Kenny Bain trying to maybe get something, but might struggle out past that all-timer. Pedro Pinto just blocked himself in the way, but Scotland do have the free hit. Magta trying to launch it in, that'll do. Half time it is at the National Hockey Centre in Glasgow. Scotland with a 3-1 lead. Such an entertaining game, particularly the second quarter. Lee Morton got things off to a flyer of a start inside 30 seconds. Luis Tavares scored from a penalty corner move, which he injected and then finished off. And then very quickly Kenny Bain, through a mistake, made it 2-1. A great finish from his point of view. And Alan Forsyth with a stroke just before half time with the third goal and daylight. Let's have a little look at the goals, Jamie. First of all, starting off with the worldy start. Lee Morton taking all the credit, all the claim as it bounced in.
Yeah, Lee picks the ball up outside DD, drives the baseline as he'll have been told, tries to feed it through to the person that's free, hits a Portugal stick and bounces back to him. And the first instinct is just to have another swing at that, get it in and around that front of the goalkeeper space, and there we go, fortuitously enough, the ball bobbles in and off the leg.
Here's the penalty corner, which Portugal had to be patient about, but they got the reward.
Yeah, so again, with the pouncer, the Portugal players are the first to react twice. So Tommy Alexander comes out and does the right thing. He lies down, makes it a big low barrier, because with the first strike you have to hit the backboard, and then it just bobbles across. He gets his glove, and again he tries to dive across. Willie Marshall on the line there, unlucky that it hits his foot and doesn't actually just keep it out.
This was a firing effort. This one didn't count.
Yeah, disallowed as the ball was deemed to have bounced off the body of Kenny as he runs across to the left.
Might get a better view here actually.
Kenny
in this
claiming
camera.
it's his stick.
I think it maybe came off his foot, maybe.
Foot, yep, that's
Possibly.
definitely some part of him. But then immediately redeems it by running in and robbing a defender, and just so composed. Some people in there would face an oncoming goalkeeper and just try and hit it as hard as they can. That works to the goalkeeper's advantage. He just sees the gap. As soon as the goalkeeper starts to drop, there's a gap underneath his rib cage, and before the sticks hit the ground and the legs manage to get flat, he just rolls it into an empty net.
I feel sorry for Luis Tavares. Scored and then literally within a minute gave the ball away, and this was the stroke for 3.
Yeah, good stroke. It's low and hard, and goalkeeper guesses the right way or picks the right way, and it just that awkward height that you can't get to.
So this then for 3-1 to beat Andre Ramirez in the goal, and daylight for Scotland at half time. So we'll take a little pause. We're into the 10-minute break. Confirmation earlier of that scoreline with France and Ukraine. Currently it's Scotland 3, Portugal 1 at half time. We'll be back in around about 5 minutes time for the start of the second period. Welcome back then, almost ready for the third quarter in this EuroHockey Championship 2 game. Scotland 3, Portugal 1 in the second game of Pool A. Earlier today it was the game that France wanted to bounce back from after the defeat against Scotland. They defeated Ukraine by 5-1. Jimmy Frail, head of domestic game and goalkeeper, with Hillhead as a... Never really introduced you as a player as well, but yeah, you're a player as well here in Scotland, and know many of the players as well, certainly the Scottish players, but casting your eye over this game. Bit of a false start, but it's been an exciting old first couple of quarters. Hopefully it remains the same for the third.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. I think maybe the support table here didn't start the scoreboard at the same time, or weren't ready at the same time as them, or started the game. But 3-1 in the first half, then I still don't think either teams have got into their groove yet. Scotland with two fairly scrappy goals, Portugal with a well worked, good attacking short corner. So looking forward to this quarter.
Scotland with early possession, certainly had a lot of it in the first two quarters. Marshall deadly for Grasic. Space to the left with Bremner found. Quick exchange with Lee Morton. Nice pass in towards Bain. Can't quite get it under his stick.
I think that's what was missing from the first half in Scotland. They've got the ball round the back, but that zip, passing it on, and then as soon as somebody picks the ball up, passing it on again quickly, not taking a touch, having a look, but as soon as the other player picks the ball up, they just move it on, and it's so hard to reset as a defensive unit to defend against that. Another one is the forwards know where the other forwards are in the Scotland team. They tend not to look, they tend to get their head down, run one way, and then just slip it back to where they know the other player will be.
McIntyre just nipped out there. That pass trying to find Anderson. It's going to be Carol Cunha to try and lob forward, but only into the path of Jamie Wong.
Portugal again just dropping back into their own half, happy for Scotland to move the ball around in their area, just dropping back, making sure nothing goes through the middle.
Tiago Ventosa trying to interrupt that pass that was heading for Lee Morton. Scotland try again from deep in space for Marshall, who's switched across the left channel.
So that's what I mean about moving the ball quickly there. So the ball didn't arrive to William particularly quickly, so he's had to pick it up, have a look. If it arrives quickly and he's already had time to pre-scan, then he can just move it on, and that gives the advantage to the next person in the chain. Portugal really far back, not putting any pressure on people until they get to the 25.
That was from Alan Forsyth, so Portugal, well, they'll try and break, but they've got everyone back, so it's very difficult at the moment for them.
That's the thing, if it's a breakaway it's going to be 1-2 Portugal players against Scotland leaving a minimum of 3 back, so it's going to either take a fair amount of individual brilliance or an error in Scotland's behalf for Portugal to kind of play that way.
Market goes to Wong, who's headed away to Quevive to play his hockey.
Portugal not looking like a team that are 2 goals down. They don't look as if too much attacking intent. They seem almost happy to hold back and do damage control to make sure it doesn't go to a higher scoreline.
That was 9 goals here in the World League One to Scotland, so Portugal trying to not have anything like that, but they've very much been in it. We've seen though against Ukraine the last sort of quarter where they seem to struggle with fitness, and Scotland are a good side, of course. This could knock back, and it's just drilled away by Kenny Bain. Alan Forsyth trying to tee it up, and it is wide of the target.
Yeah, it's such a tough skill to defend against. So when the player knocks the ball just slightly further away from the defender and then spins and turns and hits it, so the defender, if they follow, the attacker is walking straight onto a fairly sharp shot. If they hold back, then again they're just faced with somebody getting a free shot.
One well here by Miguel Rodriguez, but needing a bit of help. He might just go himself, but we'll keep it in his side's possession.
Good individual skill, yeah, he just carries the ball in, but he was fouled pretty early outside the D, so he's been made to bring it back.
Tavares trying to switch out too much for Ricardo Cunha. David Forsyth still trying to keep it in.
So foul against Scotland there. Cammy Fraser just catching the stick of the Portugal player as he's starting to drive away, so it's deemed stick obstruction.
Derek Forsyth still pacing down there. Of course, been busy as well. Derek Forsyth with the coaching side he does with the women's GB team. Missed Clydesdale Western, who he head coaches domestically. The women's side missed their cup final in European playoffs because he was out in Malaysia. McIntyre forward for Morton. Good Forsyth to Riddle, just gentle stuff here from Scotland. A bit more a calmer pace in this third quarter, and it's been all one way. Portugal very much, as you mentioned, Jamie, happy to just sit there.
Yeah, it just seems Scotland are probing, just trying to move Portugal, and as you mentioned, Calum, is that if Portugal's fitness is an issue, then all Scotland need to do is keep moving that ball around. Those shuttles, those kind of 5-10 yards from one side to the other, soon wear a player down. So if Scotland keep doing that, then they'll come alive in the final quarter if they've got superior fitness. You'll soon find the Portugal defenders don't track, which creates a wee bit more space, a wee bit more time for the ball when it gets through onto the cap ball carrier.
Tavares with the lob. Ricardo Cunha on the chase, but chasing a lot of line for that as it went out. Gavin Byers, and down it goes. David Forsyth again. Still very calm. Cosgrove trying to keep it around.
I think maybe we need another 10-minute yellow for a bit of a suspension of a player, so that's when the game came alive in the first half. I think we had, was that 3 goals?
Yeah.
In the last minute it was 11v10.
Yeah, we kind of had a little chat. Jay Hooper, one of the umpires, just watching on as reserve, gave an explanation. But here is a chance for Alan Forsyth. Didn't quite come to him. Grasic now, and just dabbed away and should well be cleared away by Jose Santos.
And it was that man, Jose Santos, that got the initial yellow in the first half. It was for a foul across the other side of the pitch where he'd went to ground and he's missed the ball. So if you go to ground and you don't get the ball and you end up impinging the player, then it's deemed dangerous, so you get the full 10-minute yellow. It's serious enough that it's the kind of one stage below the yellow, the red card.
Yeah, and there's a big talk about the keeper for Russia yesterday getting a yellow card, which is rare to see, turned into a red, so he'll serve suspension tomorrow, which will bring you back up to date with tomorrow. Scotland carry on, but wriggles away. But yeah, the yellow card for Santos happened quite a way after, but they kept the play going for so long. Alan Forsyth here, though, can make it 3-1, and he does, and 4-1 I should say now, as he's looking to add more goals. Remember, they scored 9 against Portugal, and he is there again. Opened up nicely for him.
So from a dead ball, long corner, the ball's fed in, and it's a great, just that one wee touch that rolls out, and Alan just doesn't give up. He just gets some amount of strength there, and wrist strength, just to get the ball out from that crowded area, and he's only doing one thing if he gets that amount of space, and that's putting it in the goal. Very acute angle, and I think it ends up going between the goalkeeper's leg. I'm fairly certain they've swapped goalkeepers. They're now onto their number 1 goalkeeper, and I think it was number 2 that was in the first half, so they've brought on Antonio Camacho.
Indeed, maybe a change up, maybe, but didn't really help out for Portugal there. And now Forsyth have won it back very quickly. Bremner trying to help Morton, though, tried to nick it off Tavares. David Forsyth, it just keeps it in his path. Back for Wong, just over 4 minutes left in this quarter. David Forsyth to Morton. Alan Forsyth for company. Both trying to combine off a leg, I think. And penalty corner, good combination play from the two umpires, Joachim Wimmer and Nick Bennett, and decision made for Scotland to have a chance from a penalty corner.
Yeah, so never ending there for Lee. Just sticks in. The ball's bobbling. It's a really hard one to defend against, and when you get inside that D area, you just try and find a foot, and that's all he's done. He's rolled it off a Portugal defender's foot, and umpires maybe missed the first foot, and the far away disengaged umpire has given the corner.
McIntyre the one heading across, and now it's opportunity for the home side to try and get another. Can it be? And it's up in the air from the keeper Camacho, who is on now. Just disappear a wee bit off the Portuguese last.
Yeah, balls went over baseline, so they bring it out for a long corner, which is obviously taken in line with where it goes out in the back.
Morton to fire.
Same again here, so the balls went out baseline off a Portugal imagined stick rather than foot, so the ball's played from the 25 in.
Krasic trying to keep it alive for Scotland, but Portugal clear, but with no one up front really. It doesn't go very far, bar back to David Forsyth, who is very quick. McIntyre to Anderson. 32 years of age, Anderson. And switching now to the other side, Bremner, and now a series of passes to try and work up the next attack. Here is Anderson again, Bain for company, for help. It comes to an end.
Yeah, so the Scotland player just driving forward, but he loses control of the ball ends up behind him, but he's still got his stick out in front of him, which means it's obstruction. The Portugal defender can't get to the ball because Scotland's stick is in front.
A warning for Morton, coming together with Jamal Pinheiro. Riddle to collect. Fraser alongside. McIntyre trying to get a stick out, trying to play for the ball, but must have wriggled up off a Scotland player's. Portugal try and keep a bit of the ball, but they're quite quick to get going here, but they might spot him in the space. Lovely lofted ball over the top for Ventosa. A quieter game compared to the game against Ukraine, but he's found his way into the D, and the managed to get a shot at goal through Vasco Ribeiro, who scored the second for Ukraine, but it was fairly tame in the end.
Yeah, that's the kind of venom, the kind of break we're looking for from Portugal. So when they hold back in the defensive unit, it's nice to see, but what we need is that cross ball, that scoop, that liftage ball across to some people so they can just run at the Scotland defence.
Ball across for Tavares into the final minute of this third quarter. Nice exchange of passes. Here's Franco now, picked up from Daniel Rodriguez. And again, just sounding out. Look at the three Scotland jerseys there. Brilliant work from Gordon McIntyre. Kenny Bain trying to launch into a quick counter. Full pelt from Fraser, but doesn't come to anything.
Yeah, looked kind of forced there. There was definitely a body in front of him. I think he's maybe tried to hit it down the left foot of the player standing there. The notoriously harder area to try and cover with your stick.
It's been a strange quarter. The thrust a bit of certainly what we've seen before half time, particularly the second quarter. It has been far don't know if tight is the word, but it's been very much attacking against defence. Scotland got some reward from it, but Portugal maybe trying to reserve some of their freshness as the end of the quarter now takes place. But maybe Portugal start maybe saving something, because we did see it on Sunday how they died out quite quickly in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, even as they're walking in just now, it's tired looking individuals. There's no heads up, there's no eye contact, no chat. The body language implies they're pretty tired, so I think this is the fourth goal.
Yes, let's look at this moment. Little helping on, and there was Alan Forsyth. Grassick with a little flick to him.
Yeah, the goal's almost made by number 8 for Scotland at the top of the D, and there's no intention of trying to pick the ball up. All he does is redirect it and change the direction so that a forward for Scotland can just move into that space. And that's what I was saying about the forwards not needing to look at each other. They know where they are and they know what they want to do before they get the ball passed to them, and it's very selfless and it's great to watch.
So it looks like Scotland are going to be heading on to 2 wins out of 2. It's a full day tomorrow with games in both pools. It gets underway at 11:45. If you're around Glasgow, why not come along and watch a great day of hockey. Russia taking Wales. Wales are looking good in the competition in the group stage. Switzerland are up against the Czech Republic. Czech Republic and Russia drew, which threw a spanner into that group. Then 4:15 France take on Portugal, and Scotland are 6:30 again tomorrow as they are up against Ukraine. And then there's a rest day Thursday, and then we're into the knockout phase either for promotion or relegation, because that is what's up for grabs. If you've not seen any of the hockey this week, the two best sides, since the semi-final day on the Friday is really important for those trying to gain promotion. Top 2 in the pool will go through, and the 2 winners of the semi-finals are into the final, which is great, but the big thing is the semis, because they get promotion to the top tier and they play the likes of the Netherlands and some of the top sides, Ireland to name just a couple. In France were there, Russia to Portugal in this competition came from the other direction along with Wales, and it's strange when you look at the rankings. Wales, one of the lower ranked sides here, have had a great 12 months, and they came up with Portugal from the third tier of this competition when it was played 2 years ago. So it shows how Portugal got maybe a bit of work to try and develop into a steady second tier nation. Wales, we know how good they are at Portugal, starting this quarter very well, and the opening seconds into the circle, but they're not going to get anything from that.
No, strange one. It looked as if the Portugal forward was being pushed by a couple of Scotland bodies, but it seemed to get the foul against them there. So a bit of intent there. I would have maybe said that Portugal would not take the foot off the gas, but maybe step away in the fourth quarter, as you said, perhaps linked to fitness, but some real intent there to begin with, so Scotland better keep an eye out.
However, it is back up the other direction, and here's Marshall, might go for power here, and he nearly took off that ball, nearly went out of the complex with that one, never hurt anyone in any sort of colour though.
Yeah, I don't think, I think it was Cammy Fraser that was running in at the back. I don't think he was expecting that angle, but he certainly tried to adjust. That's why you see him sliding, he's tried to cut back on himself even though he's travelling at full speed.
Nice running this down that channel. Fraser link up, trying to get it back. Is it going to come? Is it going to fall? Fraser's making the run in, as was a couple others, including Alan Forsyth.
Yeah, I think the ball just ends up too far out in front of Gav Byers here, so he ends up passing the ball out, looking for it back, but it's just too far ahead of him for him to do anything meaningful with. Good commitment though, because he's not stopping even though he's seeing a 15-stone padded goalkeeper running at him.
Byers and Fraser, but that's away by.
Yeah, so Coach Derek Forsyth are just saying to Cammy Fraser keep the ball, so that was a bit wasted. He's taking it down into the corner and hit on to his reverse stick, and when you try and hit with the reverse, then the majority of the time it will lift. It's is a lot more likely to lift on your reverse than it is your front stick, so Derek just looking for the boys to get the ball and just keep it, pass it into the goal. There's no need for that kind of at this stage for that kind of low percentage pass.
Marshall thought about a long pass but decided to go backwards. McIntyre managed to ride the stick of Miguel Rodriguez, but back it came with side in red. David Franco now given away, and now Anderson could be some space to open up. Forsyth in front, McIntyre round two, and Forsyth that ricocheted off Carlo Cunha. The long corner, Byers getting ready to take very quickly. Jamie Wong providing some support for Byers. Down from Parks, back to Byers. Through Jamie Wong, but might still follow up. And it is going to be a third goal, a hat-trick, Alan Forsyth, and a little bit of play of magic, and Alan Forsyth continues his goal-scoring run in this game.
Yeah, so either superb vision here from Gav Byers, or very lucky that it's just rolled to Jamie Wong in the back post. I think the Portugal defender had seen him, he would have reset, but Jamie does the correct thing, just feeds the ball back in nice and quickly for somebody to come running and get a deflection in. Let's say excellent vision from Gav there.
It aesthetically looked very nice anyway, and another goal for the Scotland crowd to cheer. And a word for the crowd actually, it's very full. I heard tickets went through the roof in terms of sales for the weekend, certainly the knockout phase after the win against France. That was a big game.
Yeah, so it's been really great home support for the Scotland boys. The first day against France, then it was a full stand, and tonight won't be far off it either. So the real one everybody's pinning on is that they get to the final on Saturday, and we get a full house and to cheer them on.
And of course, for all the other sides here, there's plenty of supporters been around from all the nations, but it's quite fitting for Scotland and for likes of Wales here as well. Just over 3 years since the Commonwealth Games, this is a legacy venue, and it has been used for a major competition like this.
Absolutely, so the Commonwealth Games obviously had come into town and gave the full 2 water-based pitches with a 500-seater stand. But the interesting one is that, as you say, it's not just been Scotland fans throughout the week. So we've had a couple of Czech Republic flags, we've had Ukraine, we've had Russia. So it's great to see people from all across, well, I'm assuming Scotland and the world, coming along to watch other nations.
Yeah. It's hard to believe. It's been 3 years since the Commonwealth Games. A notable win for any of our viewers watching on the BBC Sport website. It's been a little while ago since the Commonwealth Games here in Glasgow, and well, they're coming around again, aren't they? 2018 down under.
Absolutely,
nice
yeah. That'll be
trip
good to watch. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't get to bag a ticket for any of them. What about yourself? Are you going along, Callum?
I haven't heard yet. So at the moment, no. I'll be watching it on the television. It'll be great to see once again. That one flying across the D. Chavez trying to get some help to get it away. Jose Santos surround Miguel Rodriguez, trying to wriggle out the space like he likes to do, but always a bit difficult with 2 or 3 bodies around. Significantly taller as well. Parks with the number 22 in his back, a pretty lanky, tall fella. Rodriguez, so not quite giving up on that, nearly pinched that one back.
No, that's the kind of pressure that Portugal have been missing the entire game. So that through ball there, and William Marshall ends up getting a stick on it and bringing it down. But in the first half, it wasn't so quick. So if Portugal had played the same way in the first half as they have just now, then they maybe would have got a bit more of the ball. So yeah, just the replay there of William trying to do a kind of a running lift over the top. So, but it's not high enough and not far enough away, a bit dangerous.
Getting away and one back to Morton, tried to find Bain, but cut out by Carlos Almeida.
Great working back from Gerd Byers there, just pressuring the ball carrier. Even though he's behind him, he's managed to get round in front him up and slow him down the attack.
Nice for Bain, trying to work it back in for Byers. Morton initially made a good steady run. Portugal trying to break it again. Not many numbers. Miguel Rodriguez will try, and he'll try, and he will try. Sport coming into the day. Excellently cut out because Ribeiro was waiting if it came to him. Thiago Ventosa stuck in that corner. You may have heard sticks coming together from here. Here's another little look at the ball fired in, and well cut out it was from Duncan Riddle. Marshall, well, that was impressively powerful again, not quite finding anyone in blue and white.
No, a victim of his own power.
Portugal trying to get away. Tavares, dummies by Alan Forsyth. Helder Gonçalves. Skiffs by Alfonso Camalo. I think Portugal, Jamie, because it obviously looks more likely now they'll be trying to save their status. Do you think they are a long way off then in what could be a tough fight down there with likes of Switzerland and co that they may well have to face? Come back to that point in just a moment. They might well get this clear because we're not quite sure of how the pools are going to go elsewhere yet, but there could be a couple of decent teams that are going to be trying to save themselves. Portugal a chance on the day?
Yeah, Portugal on their day, absolutely. As we said at the beginning, in terms of individual skill, then there's players out there who can not turn a game, but certainly get a few goals down to just getting that fast breakaway. I'm not sure they do look quite reserved today. I'm not sure if that's a save the legs or if that's a don't show your hand in terms of style of play or
so tactically save themselves because they know they're probably going to be in that sort of fight anyway.
Yeah, there's potential for that because obviously there's great coverage and full stand, so there's a lot of eyes on this. And if you think you're up against a tough team, do you really want to to fire out your best formation, your best setup? You can be working on other things.
Well, the likes of Switzerland, they did play here at World League One in Glasgow. They lost 4-1, so that's the kind of gap still to even the likes of Switzerland to a solid second-tier side. Although they got a reprieve to stay in this division, but they could well. Switzerland would be one of the sides who think they'd feared themselves in a relegation battle. But Portugal will try and still battle on to get a consolation, another consolation goal. Tavares doing so for his side to help out after scoring, which was an equaliser at the time.
Scotland with all the bodies behind the ball, and Portugal with four people back there, so that looked as if it could have been a good opportunity to really push forward and press against Scotland, but they don't seem to be taking the advantage.
Scotland's turn with this next wave, and Alan Forsyth, couple racing in. McIntyre and Bain into the D. This is wonderful feet from Alan Forsyth. Kenny Bain, and parried away, but there is a chat going on between Portugal players and umpires. Penalty corner signal, but I think the umpires are just going to double check with each other.
Great individual skill here from Alan, so he turns the Portugal player absolutely left for dead, and then slips it. So when he slips it, I think he manages to find a foot as well. Okay, so
Changed
the
their
umpire,
mind.
yeah, he must have decided it was either too high, it was unsure, but it appears to be a bully. Was it a bully? Yes, a bully, which is extremely rare event, but Scotland seem to be fairly happy with that, so give the ball back to Portugal.
Often too much strength from Gordon McIntyre. Long and searching that ball, looking for Ventosa. Clambering over the back of Marshall.
Yeah, Ventosa knows immediately as soon as he looks up that he's had his hand on Willie Marshall's back there, so he's always going to be pulled up for pushing.
Well, just needing something to lean on for a bit of a breather, maybe.
Yes.
Marshall, another powerful ball. Here's Kenny Bain, and it's going to fall for Morton, is it? Another couple of excellent saves, of course, that came on at half time. That is Antonio Camacho.
Yeah, umpire there just double checking, because I think that second follow-up shot has just come up and either hit the goalkeeper an unpadded bit of the leg or in the midriff, but you can see here Lee very quick to react, so shot comes in, keeper's first save, and Lee just tries to get back under the ball and lift it over the oncoming goalkeeper. Goalkeeper just giving bits and bobs a bit of a shake there.
Technical term. Nice move again, Bain for Lee Morton, could be in behind. Portugal players all over the place. Keeper comes out, and fair cop, says the umpires.
Yeah, keepers came out and had to touch the ball there, as we said about the yellow card. Goalkeepers get a bit of leniency, but when you come up behind the player like that, you need to make sure you get a clean touch of that ball, and he does. Full extended stick and just clears the ball away.
Igor Rodriguez trying to keep it on his path. Yes, you mentioned the yellow card in the second quarter for Jose Santos. That one goes over from David Franco.
Yeah, ball fired in at pace, just looking for a bit of deflection. So here Lee sees the oncoming goalkeeper, tries to protect the ball by changing the direction so that it'll be a stick tackle, but ends up pushing the ball too far away. Keeper just gets a touch on it, so looks quite spectacular. Lee ends up flattening his back, but it's a perfectly valid, safe tackle for the goalkeeper.
Alan Forsyth on the edge of the D. Good link up. It bounced up, it didn't quite for Chris Grasic.
Yeah, so the player on the baseline under no real pressure there, just takes his time to find his spot and puts it into some congested area.
Nice long ball this here. Franco and Pinto just kind of getting in the way of each other, but I don't think either of them would have probably got that. Different idea. Portugal still trying things with 90 seconds or just under left on that clock. Here is Pinto though. Cut out by Wong. Little wry smile there from the umpire. Pinto is using all these chat of the day to try and get that ball back.
Yeah, a minute left and 4 goals down. I think I'd be focusing on something else rather than the sideline ball.
And another good performance from the umpires in the field. Also mentioned about the yellow card in the first half. Jamie Hooper is the backup, just helping us out. I think actually Jamie Hooper, the Welsh umpire, was quite funny. Seen a tweet yesterday, I think it was, he was on about stuff about the restroom and the games console that he was playing with. He was fair, enjoying the downtime when he wasn't umpiring. This is another chance maybe for Scotland today. Penalty corner right in the final few seconds, and maybe a chance for number 6 here.
Yeah, so I think the ball's just fired in at pace, and Portugal number 12 hasn't had time to reset his feet, and just penalty corner in a kind of dangerous time at 5-1, but 23 seconds left. You would assume that this is the final piece of play.
There was a bit of a change up, of course. One of the changes with penalty corners when it gets to 0, that they're a bit of an extension of time now. We've still got time on the clock left though, of course, but just to point that one out. So penalty corner taken. Al Forsyth not far away, still alive here, and Lee Morton's going to score with 15 seconds left. He started the night off with a goal, and he finishes the night off with a goal. That's not a bad sandwich.
Yeah, Lee gets his revenge for being wiped out by the goalkeeper, but a nice ooh from the crowd when the ball hits the post. I think that was the only thing that was missing in this game. And then it's just played across lots of space and time. He doesn't need it, he just immediately fires it in. And that's some tired legs there. Lee just looking. Ball's played across square and he pounces on it. Gets a wee lift just as the defender tries to dive across. Defender's always going to go low because that's percentage wise the majority of where it's going to be.
It's not quite 9-0, so Portugal kind of kept it together a bit more, but Scotland just eased things further clear in the final few seconds. And a little countdown in the stand as well. It's been another decent performance from both, especially in that spell in the second quarter, which was rather crazy, but plenty of goals. Scotland have won convincingly. Lee Morton starting and finishing the scoring in the first and 60th minute. Kenny Mayne scored after Luis Tavares converted from a penalty corner situation which he took, then finished off. Al Forsyth getting a hat-trick in there too. Job done for Scotland. 6 points out of 6 with a game to come tomorrow, 6:30 against Ukraine. It's all you can ask for really if you're a Scottish supporter.
Great composed play from Scotland. Well, from the very start, straight into those channels, and ball fed across, Lee on the reverse, and he's just double checking with umpire there. Bit of an appeal because he knows it's right, and ball bounces off inside the leg guard and in. So tough for the goalkeeper there. Goalkeeper's got the angles right, starting to move across. It's just taking a horrible bobble off the inside leg.
So that was minute 1. This is the 20th minute. And Portugal didn't threaten too much until this point, but took the time to execute and finish this penalty corner.
Yeah, so the second time that Scotland ran the corner after this, then they didn't run out the same formation, I don't think. It's just a simple case of reacting first to the ball. So the goalkeeper doing the right thing, just get nice and low, made the first save, second save for a third phase goal, and that's it's pretty tough from Tommy.
This was very quickly a goal for Scotland to give them the lead again through Kenny Bain.
Yeah, Kenny robbing the defender, so I think you see a good angle of it from the back in terms of the composure and just slipping it. So good tenacious pick up, just slides it underneath the oncoming goalkeeper, so takes it really well. But who knows Kenny knows he's composed, we know Kenny's composed.
Penalty stroke just before half time. Al Forsyth, the first of his hat trick.
low and hard to the right. It's, the way the striker moves, you're going to always kind of rotate to your left, so the goalkeeper's right. And that's where you get the biggest amount of power.
Then a change of goalkeeper actually for Portugal filtered into the second half with Ramirez being switched for Camacho. Didn't really change their score, and Scotland seemed to just edge their way to more goals. Portugal didn't show too much in the second half. Alan Forsyth for his second.
Yeah, Alan Forsyth here makes it for me with the just the strength of the one-handed pick-up and knocks the ball into space for himself. So he makes his own space and his own shot, and doesn't mess about when he gets it.
And then yet another, and we'll call that great skill from Jamie Wong, the way it just went through his legs, great vision with the pass as well. We'll just call that, it was all meant, it was all planned, I'm sure.
Superb vision from Gav Byers. We're giving him it there, and Jamie Wong finds himself in lots of space, lots of time, and just rolls it between the defender and the oncoming goalkeeper.
And then again, a bit unlucky off the post, but patient from Scotland. And this from Lee Morton, and it's a nice little bookend to the goal that started things off from him in the first minute.
Portugal defenders do the right thing. The balls went across, so they start to go across and press. Two men start to cover the most danger, which is on the line, but they forget about Lee standing back post in lots of space. Lee doesn't need to move. He knows that if somebody looks up, they'll find them in all that space.
So there's confirmation of the scorelines. France 5, Ukraine 1, Scotland 6, Portugal 1. Scotland with 6 points out of 6 in the table. France with 3 on the board, Ukraine with 3 on the board. Scotland effectively are pretty much there now in terms of semi-final, but they've still got big things to play for. Ukraine still trying to get through. Scotland looking to finish top of the group, because that should be theoretically, even though it's very difficult this tournament anyway, but in theory a marginally easier semi-final.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think Scotland would have been thinking if they top the group, then they can avoid playing perhaps Russia. They'd scoped out as the potential opposition if they came second in there, so I think they were definitely aiming to finish first in the group and get an easier run, or a perceived easier run in the semis. That's not to say that it'll be a walkover. I think there's some extremely exciting hockey ahead of us on Friday.
Indeed. Before then, though, the Wednesday games, the final group games, full day of action from 11:45. Russia take on Wales. It is Switzerland against the Czech Republic at 2 o'clock from Pool B. That is really tasty, with Wales in charge, still needing something. Russia and Czech Republic drawn. It's in the balance between those three sides and who progresses. Switzerland were looking to save themselves. In the other pool, Pool A, France against Portugal, and then Scotland against Ukraine. It helps with Scotland. France, if they win, Scotland might know they only need a point. Ukraine might need certain goals and all sorts of things. So that'll be stuff that we'll sort out tomorrow. If you local, if you can get along, it'd be great. And it's been great support, as we mentioned. Plenty of home support, plenty of other nations have brought certain fans as well. So the stand's been pretty busy throughout the tournament so far.
Yeah, I mean the facilities available are tremendous. A covered stand, so even if it rains, that's no excuse. Then there's lots going on, half-time activities. The kids can come along and jump on the pitch. They can get to meet the Scotland players, so they can get their programmes signed. It's a great experience.
Well, Jamie, great to get your thoughts. You'll be with us for the Switzerland-Czech Republic game tomorrow, so looking forward to the full day's action, and we'll see you then tomorrow. Thanks, Jamie, for your thoughts.
Thank you.
So that's the views of Jamie Frail we've had throughout this game, head of domestic game at Scottish Hockey. That's about it from us here from the National Hockey Centre in Glasgow. 4 games tomorrow, coverage from just before 11:45. First up, Russia against Wales. But in this pool, Pool A today, 2 big wins for France and for Scotland, and they are looking to make it out of this pool. All the pools will be rounded up tomorrow and finished off tomorrow. Do join us ahead of the game at 11:45 from the National Hockey Centre. Good evening.